Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to UWS Softball here on Yellow Jacket TV and the pregame show sponsored by the National Bank of Commerce with locations in Superior, Poplar, Solon Springs, Esco, Hermantown, Hibbing, and Duluth. National Bank of Commerce, make more possible. This is Matt Johnson coming to you live from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex here in Superior, Wisconsin, where the Yellow Jackets returning home. Again, continuing this current homestand, taking on Minnesota Morris here in UMAC Conference action. The Yellow Jackets coming into games 1 and 2. It'll be a doubleheader here today of a three-game set with the Cougars sitting at 22-5 overall. They're a perfect 9-0 in the UMAC. That ties them for first place in the conference here at this point of the season. Melissa Fracker in her fifth season at the helm of the Yellow Jacket program. Her record to date, 134 wins and 59 losses. They are coming off of a three-game sweep of North Central in UMAC Conference action last weekend here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, defeating the Rams by scores of 17-3, 10-1, and 21-0. Those games, again, played right here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. After defeating North Central in the series opener on Friday, the Yellow Jackets notched a 10-1 and 21-0 wins in the series closing doubleheader that was played with yours truly on the call this last Saturday. In game one of that doubleheader on Saturday, the Yellow Jackets scored in the first, once in the second, and 7 times in the third to win by run rule. UWS scoring twice in the first, In game one, the Yellow Jackets also finished with 10 hits and were led by Bella Garley, who went 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored. Ellie Motzel, meanwhile, smacked her team-leading third home run of the season while driving in 2 runs in that victory over the Rams. In the circle, Samantha Swartz went all the way for UWS, allowing 1 earned run on 6 hits while striking out 2 without issuing a walk. With the win, Swartz raised her individual record in the circle this season to 10-0. On the campaign. And in game 2, the Yellow Jackets took advantage of 9 North Central errors to score 9 times in the second, 6 times each in both the third and fourth innings, picking up the 3-game sweep over the Rams. At the plate, the Yellow Jackets finished with 12 hits as a team in game 2 and were led again by Garley, who went 2 for 3 with her first home run of the year to go along with 3 RBIs. Mackenzie Lesha, meanwhile, added 2 hits and a double with 2 runs while driving in 2. Substitute Kali Hochsprung also had a bases clearing 3-run triple for the Yellow Jackets in the victory. Meanwhile, in the circle, Abby Mitchell pitched the first 4 innings for the Yellow Jackets, allowing just 1 hit while striking out 9 without issuing a walk and improving her record to 3-1 on the year in the circle for UWS. And with those victories, the Yellow Jackets, by the way, come into this 3-game set with Minnesota Morris amongst the nation's leaders in several offensive categories. Yellow Jackets first in the country right now in runs per game at 10.54, and also first in total runs scored at 277. The Jackets also right now third in the country in batting average, fourth in on-base percentage as well. So a very strong offensive team for Coach Melissa Fracker in her fifth season at the helm. Meanwhile, Minnesota Morris comes in here at 12-17 overall, 5-4 in the UMAC. Heather Penny Roy in her 27th season at the helm of the Cougar program. They've won their last 4, including sweeping Martin Luther last weekend by scores of 11-0, 5-4, and 11-0 again at the Morris Softball Complex down in Morris, Minnesota. After defeating the Knights 11-0 in the series opener on Friday night, the Cougars rallied to score twice in the bottom of the 4th to edge Martin Luther 5-4 in game 1 of their doubleheader this past Saturday. After Morris took an early 3-0 lead in that contest, the Knights scored 4 times in the top of the 4th and took a 4-3 lead in the bottom of that inning. But the Cougars responded in the bottom of the frame, scored 2 unearned runs, and then held on the rest of the way to pick up the victory. In the circle, Morgan Wilhelm went all the way, allowing 4 runs on 6 hits while striking out 3 without issuing a walk. Offensive, the Cougars finished with 7 hits and were led by Sierra Stevens, who went 2 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI. And then in game 2, Morris scored once in the first, once in the second, twice in the third, and 7 times in the fourth to pick up the victory. Offensively, the Cougars had 9 hits in game 2 and were led by Taylor Johnson, who went 2 for 3 with a home run, a run scored, and 4 RBIs. Alyssa Thornton and Melina Mahoney, meanwhile, each had 2 hits for the Cougars in the win. Meanwhile, in the circle, Thornton threw a no-hitter, allowing just 1 walk while striking out 7 to get the victory. So both these teams coming off of 3-game sweeps in conference play their last time out, and it sets the stage for what could be a very interesting 3-game set here over the next 2 days at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. So that's where the 2 teams stand here heading into game 1 of this 3-game set between UWS and Minnesota Morris. And with that being the case, we'll take a quick break and then come back for the introduction of the 2 teams by our public address announcer here in Superior, John Garver, the playing of the national anthem, and then the opening pitch of game 1 of today's doubleheader between the Yellow Jackets and the Minnesota Morris Cougars. That's coming up in just a few moments. This is Yellow Jacket Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network.
your Yellow Jackets. Let's meet the starting lineups for today's game. The starting lineups are sponsored by Superior Choice Credit Union. First, the visitors from Minnesota Morris, leading off and playing center field, number 31, Garrett Stevens. Batting second, the designated player, number 19, Alyssa Thornton. Batting third and playing third base, number 5, Bill Anderson. Batting fourth and playing third base, number 13, Andrew Smith. Batting fifth and playing right field, number 4, Melena Mahoney. Batting sixth and playing in left field, number 2, Olivia Lilly. Batting seventh and catching, number 00, Anna Happy. Batting eighth and playing second base, number 25, Ashley Albert. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, number 1, Taylor Johnson. Pitching today for Minnesota Morris, number 22, Morgan Wilhelm. Head coach of the Cougars is Heather Penny Joy. She is assisted by Sean Grimm and Gordon McIntosh. And now, the starting lineup for your Yellow Jackets. Leading off and playing in left field, a freshman from Harrisburg, South Dakota, number 6, Peyton Bennett. Batting second and playing second base, a senior from Esco, Minnesota, number 9, Lily Hansen. Batting third, the designated player, a senior from Missouri, Minnesota, number 7, Zoe Thompson. Batting fourth and catching today for the Yellow Jackets, a senior from Winona, Minnesota, number 21, Ellie Moxel. Batting fifth and playing first base, a senior from Mendota Heights, Minnesota, number 32, Kaylee O'Donnell. Batting sixth and playing in center field, a junior from Somerset, Wisconsin, number 23, Mackenzie Lesha. Batting seventh and playing third base, a sophomore from Delano, Minnesota, number 22, Carly Stuckmeyer. Batting eighth and playing in right field, a senior from Carver County, Minnesota, number 16, Nora Smith. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, a junior from Blaine, Minnesota, number 10, Marissa Snyder. Pitching today for the Yellow Jackets, a sophomore from Cloquet, Minnesota, number 12, Abby Mitchell. Coach of the Yellow Jackets in her 5th season is Melissa Fracker. She is assisted by Sue Goldberg, Tim Bott, John Hunter, and Joe Staria. At this time, we ask all fans to please rise if you are able, and gentlemen, kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
So the national anthem has been played. The two teams have been introduced by our public address announcer here in Superior, John Garver. Today's starting lineups, by the way, were brought to you by Superior Choice Credit Union, your friendly local credit union here to meet your financial needs with 12 locations in Northeast Minnesota and Northwest Wisconsin, serving as 37,000 members. Yellow Jackets starter Abby Mitchell getting her warm-up tosses in. We'll set the Yellow Jacket defense for you here. Around the horn, starting at third base, Carly Stuckmeyer getting the start there for the Yellow Jackets. Welcome back to the lineup. Melissa Snyder, she's getting the start at short today, her first appearance of the season. Meanwhile, over at second base, it'll be Lily Hansen, and over at first base, Bailey O'Donnell. Ellie Motzel doing the catching for Abby Mitchell here in Game 1, and then the outfield from left to right. Peyton Bennett out in left, Mackenzie Lesha out in center, and then Nora Schmitz out in right here for the Yellow Jackets. And leading off the game here for Minnesota Morris, it'll be Sierra Stevens, starting center fielder for the Cougars, coming in the game today, hitting .309. No home runs, 15 RBIs, 29 hits, and 94 trips against Mitchell, who is making her 8th appearance, her 6th start of the season for the Jackets. 19 innings pitched. She's given up 13 hits, 8 runs, 4 of which have been earned. She's walked 5 and struck out 27. And batters are hitting .183 against the Yellow Jacket pitcher as the first pitch, sponsored by Barker's Island Inn. Northern Wisconsin's Island Getaway is swung on and fouled off to the right, and we are officially underway here between the Yellow Jackets and Minnesota Morris. Game 1 of 2 on the day. Game 3 of the series will be played tomorrow, 11 a.m. right here in Superior. But today we have the first 2 games of the set as this pitch from Mitchell swung on and fouled back, and the Yellow Jacket pitcher from nearby Carlton, Minnesota, is ahead in the count now 0-2. Temperatures today expected to reach the mid to upper 40s. Scattered clouds in the sky. Also a pretty stiff breeze blowing from left to right here at the playing surface in Superior as Mitchell checks with Motzel. Ahead 0-2 in the count, and here's the pitch, and this one is off the plate outside to make it 1-2. Stevens will be followed here by Alyssa Thornton and Jillian Anderson, the top of the first here, against Abby Mitchell, who comes in the game today at 3-1 on the season. And this pitch is a check swing. And that evens up the count now 2-2. Stevens, the leading base stealer this year for the Cougars, 22 out of 27 in stolen bases coming into today's action. Yeah, Swartz on 2-2 gets ready to deliver here. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 up and 1 down. And now we'll bring up Alyssa Thornton. Thornton hitting .372 on the season, 29 hits and 79 trips, no home runs, 17 RBIs. The Cougars as a team hitting at .287, while opponents are hitting .291 against Yellow Jacket pitching here in 2025. And the first pitch to Thornton comes inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Good to see Larissa Snyder back in the lineup for the Yellow Jackets. She's at shortstop today. Again, her first game of the season. Out for an extended period due to an injury, but she's back now. And the 1-0 pitch from Mitchell is off the plate now to make it 2-0. Two-0 pitch coming here. And here it is. This one off the plate as well. So 3-0 now your count here to Alyssa Thornton with Jillian Anderson waiting on deck here for the Cougars. And the 3-0. Call strike over the outside corner, make it now 3-1, the count here to Thornton. Thornton, who has been splitting time in the circle this season with Morgan Wilhelm for the Cougars. Now waiting on a 3-1 delivery here from Abby Mitchell, and here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the left. And the count now is run full at 3-2. Series notes the Yellow Jackets have taken 18 out of 23 all-time meetings against the Cougars, dating back to 2016. Cougars took all 3 regular season matchups from UWS in 2024 before the Jackets defeated the Cougars in their final matchup of last season, as this pitch is swung on and fouled in the same spot. And we'll do it again here at 3-2. Before the Yellow Jackets defeated the Cougars in their first game of the UMAC tournament last year. That game was played in Mankato, Minnesota, 6-4, the final score. The Yellow Jackets winning that one. And the 3-2 pitch swung on and hit out shallow left field, coming over Larsa Snyder. Tried to make the grab on it, couldn't bring it in. And that'll result in Thornton being on at first base. It'll be an E6. So one on, one down, and here's Jillian Anderson now to bat. Anderson hitting .378 on the season with 1 home run and 19 driven in. 28 hits in 74 at-bats so far this season. As this pitch is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count. So 1 on, 1 down here. As we await the offering, here it is. This one off the plate outside to make it now 1-1. Like I said, the breeze is blowing stiffly from left to right here. So it's going to be tough to hit anything out of the park to the left-hand side. At least as we begin play here today. This pitch swung on and missed. And Mitchell now is ahead in the count 1-2 here against Anderson. It'll be Kendra Schmitz that would bat next here for the Cougars in the top of the first. Here's the next pitch on 1-2. Waste that one outside to make it now 2-2. Thornton over at first. Just 1 stolen base on the season. Cougars as a team have stolen 56 bases in 67 tries here this season. As this pitch is swung on and fouled back to the screen on 2-2. And the count remains the same. 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Just underway in this one. First of 2 on the day. This series got pushed back an extra day due to thunderstorms here in the Duluth Superior area yesterday. That pushed everything back. And here's the 2-2. That one off the plate outside, and now make it 3-2. So another full count here. As Mitchell on 3-2. Pitch is swung on and grounded right back to the pitcher. To second for 1, over to first, and a double play. 1-6-3 on the twin killing. And Abby Mitchell faces the minimum in the top of inning number 1. For the Cougars in the first, no runs, no hits. There was 1 Yellow Jacket error and nobody left aboard. We have played 1/2 inning here of game 1 of our doubleheader, and your score, Minnesota Morris 0, Yellow Jackets coming up. This is UWS Softball, brought to you by Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here at the Embassy Spartan Sports Complex, starting pitcher Alyssa Thornton here. Getting her warm-up tosses here for Minnesota Morris. Comes in the game today, making her 19th appearance, her 13th start. 89 in the third innings pitched, giving up 104 hits, 71 runs, 41 of which have been earned. She's walked 17 and struck out 73. Her ERA 3.21, and her record 8-6. We'll set the Cougar defense here while we have a moment doing the catching here. For Minnesota Morris' Anna Athey over at third base. For the Cougars is Kendra Schmitz. The shortstop today is going to be Taylor Johnson, the second baseman here in game number 1. Ashley Albert, and over at first base, it is Jillian Anderson, and the outfield we'll get to you in just a moment here. As standing in here for the Yellow Jackets, Peyton Bennett to lead things off. The Yellow Jackets, as I mentioned in the pregame, one of the top offensive teams in the country, hitting at .419 as a team on the season. Bennett, by the way, to her credit so far, .489, no home runs, 26 RBIs. She has 45 hits in 92 at-bats so far here this season, and she's batting. Leading off for the Jackets here, Lily Hansen and Zoe Thompson also to bat here against Thornton in the bottom of the first. As this pitch, check swing, and that's called the strike over the inside corner. The outfielders, by the way, for Minnesota Morris. Out in left field, it is Olivia Lossy, as this one's popped up. Coming over to make the grabs, going to be the shortstop. Taylor Johnson, 1 up, 1 down here for the Yellow Jackets. And that'll bring up Lily Hansen here for the Yellow Jackets, hitting .447 on the season. 1 home run, 24 RBIs, 34 hits, and 76 trips. So Leva Losi out and left. And the first pitch popped up, and that one will get foul. In center field, Sierra Stevens, and out in right field, it is Milena Mahoney for Minnesota Morris as this pitch comes inside to Hansen. And that evens up the count now 1-1. Hansen for the Yellow Jackets. Waiting the pitch here from Thornton. This one is swung on and hit to left center field. And ranging over now and making the catch will be the left fielder, Losi. So 2 up and 2 down for UWS. And that'll bring up Zoe Thompson now for the Yellow Jackets. Thompson for the Yellow Jackets in her senior season now, native of LeSueur, Minnesota, hitting .425. 1 home run, 31 at RBIs, 34 hits, and 80 trips for Zoe Thompson. And the first pitch is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. This pitch just swung on and fouled back. And that evens up the count now 1-1. Jackets in the Cougars again tomorrow. Game 2 of our doubleheader will start about 25 minutes after we go final here in Game 1. Pulled the string on Thompson there, and she swings over the top of it, and now is 1-2. Talked about the Yellow Jackets hitting .419 as a team. Opponents are hitting .340 against Cougars pitching here in 2025 as Thompson taking a moment to adjust her footwear here. One-two pitch. Swung on and driven out in the left center field. And that'll get down for a base hit. So Thompson with the 2-out single. First hit for either team here, and that now will bring up Ellie Motzel for the Yellow Jackets. Team leader in home runs and in batting average is Ellie Motzel, the senior from Winona, Minnesota, hitting .493 on the season. 3 home runs and 29 RBI. She has 35 hits and 71 at-bats here for UWS in the 2025 campaign. And the first pitch from Thornton comes inside, high and inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here. Motzel, longtime catcher for the Yellow Jackets. Awaiting the pitch, and here it is. Motzel swings and grounds that one out in the left field for a base hit. So back-to-back singles here with 2 out. Thompson will stop at second. And that now will bring up Bailey O'Donnell for the Yellow Jackets.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, first base, number 32, Bailey O'Donnell.
O'Donnell hitting .492 on the season with 1 home run and 27 RBIs. 30 hits and 61 at-bats this season for O'Donnell. And so Thornton's first pitch is swung on and lined hard out in the center field, and the diving catch out there is going to be made by Stevens. And it was a nice catch, too, because if that drops, at least 1 run is probably going to score for the Yellow Jackets. That brings an end to the bottom of the first, for the Yellow Jackets. For UWS in the first, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left aboard. We've played 1 full inning here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, and your score, Minnesota Morris nothing, Yellow Jackets nothing. We'll come back with the top of the second right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the second, it'll be Kendra Schmitz, Milena Mahoney, and Olivia Losi here to bat against UWS starter Abby Mitchell. No score after one. Jackets stranding a pair in their half of the first. While Mitchell faced the minimum. And the first pitch to Schmitz is swung on and fouled off to the right. Kendra Schmitz coming into today's game for Minnesota Morris. Her batting average .263, no home runs, 14 RBIs, 21 hits, and 80 at bats so far here during the season. As Mitchell checking with Motzel ahead 0-1. Here's the pitch. That one's a little bit low now to even up the count 1-1. Yes, I kind of scattered clouds right now from our vantage point here in Superior thus far. As Mitchell on 1-1, this one skips up there. Makes it a now 2-1 count here. To the starting third baseman here for the Cougars. In game number one of this three-game weekend series. 2-1 delivery. That one is a little bit low, and now it's 3-1. Mitchell on 3-1. Here's her pitch. That one's inside for ball 4. So Schmitz leads off the inning with a walk here for the Cougars. Perfect 4 for 4 in stolen bases, and that now will bring up the left-handed swinging right fielder, Milena Mahoney, the leading hitter this season for Minnesota Morris. 1 home run, 7 RBIs to go along with a .397 batting average. She has 27 hits and 68 at bats so far this season. And here's the first pitch to her. Over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count here. Top half inning number 2. No score as of yet between the Yellow Jackets and Minnesota Morris. Oh, 1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen, and that now will make it an 0-2 count here in favor of Abby Mitchell, the Yellow Jackets starting pitcher here. As Mitchell on 0-2. Here's her pitch. Trying to get her the chase. Holding up was Mahoney. As it's outside for a ball. 1-2 your count here. One-two pitch on the way. Here it is. Swung on and grounded out into right field for a base hit. Stopping at second will be Schmitz. So the first 2 aboard here for Minnesota Morris. In the top of the second, Mahoney on at first. Over at second is Kendra Schmitz, and that now will bring up Olivia Losi. Losi hitting .221 with no home runs and 10 RBIs. Looks like the Yellow Jackets will probably come in on the corners here, expecting a bunt. As the first 2 have gotten on by walk and a single to right. She pops this one up, does Losey, and coming over and nearly making the sliding catch is going to be UWS catcher Ellie Motzel off of her glove. As it is, it ends up being a strike. 0-1 your count here to Losey. Starting left fielder here for the Cougars. Mitchell on the 0-1 delivery. Here it is. This time they take the bunt off, and she swings and fouls it back to the screen. And Mitchell is ahead in the count now, 0-2. So 0-2 your count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen again. Count remains 0-2 here. Mitchell on 0-2. Swung on and fouled away again. Oh, 2 pitch, here it is. Swung on and popped, foul again. 3 straight foul balls now. So the Morris left fielder on 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch again, here it is. Another foul ball. Continuing on at 0-2 here. 2 on, nobody out. Top of the second, and here's the pitch. That one just off the outside corner. Makes it now 1-2. One-two pitch, here it is. Rise ball stays up. Runs the count even now to 2-2. And the 2-2 offering, here it is. Swung on and grounded back through the middle. Schneider up with it. The relay to first. Not going to be in time. It'll be a fielder's choice. Losey will reach. And a 6-4-3 scoring play. Schmitz moves up to third. 1 down in the inning. Here's Anna Athey now to bat. Athey hitting .246 on the scene with 1 home run and 14 RBI. She has 17 hits and 69 trips. Runners on the corners with 1 down here. Scoring opportunity for Minnesota Morris, top of the second inning. Stuckmeyer at third and O'Donnell over at first, playing in a few steps for UWS. And here's the pitch. Rise ball stays up for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Want to know your count here. Next pitch on the way. And taking off from first and stealing second will be Mahoney. And that'll be her 8th steal in 9 tries this season for Milena Mahoney. She's out at second. So now runners on second and third with 1 out. Count is 1-1 here. To Athey. 1-1 pitch. That one high and off the plate to make it now 2-1. Two-one delivery. This one's up and in, and I'll make it 3-1. Three-one pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off to the right. And that runs the count full now at 3-2 to the Morris catcher. Ashley Albert would be next here for the Cougars. So 3-2 your count here. Top half of inning number 2. And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and tapped back through the middle. Up at Snyder. She'll throw to first. I'll bring in Schmitz with the game's first run. 6-3 on the scoring play, give her an RBI. As Kendra Schmitz comes in to score the first run, Morris takes a 1-0 lead, and that now will bring up Ashley Albert. As moving up to third will be Mahoney. Albert hitting 184 on the season, no home runs, 14 RBI. She has 9 hits and 49 at-bats so far here in 2025. Jack is still playing in on the corners here. As this first pitch is a strike over the outside corner. 0-1 your count. Next pitch, also a strike. And Mitchell ahead in the count now 0-2. 0-2 pitch. Off the outside corner just a bit to make it now 1-2. One-two pitch swung on and missed, and that's strike 3. Second strikeout of the game for Yellow Jacket star Abby Mitchell, but the Cougars do break out on top, scoring a run on 1 hit. There were no Yellow Jacket errors, and 1 left aboard. We've played 1.5 here from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Your score, the Cougars 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here for the bottom half of the second, it'll be Mackenzie Lesha, Carly Stuckmeyer, and Nora Schmitz to bat here for the Yellow Jackets against Alyssa Thornton. Lesha will lead things off here for the Yellow Jackets. Lesha hitting .407 on the season with 1 home run, 13 RBIs, 24 hits, and 59 at-bats. The first pitch to her swung on and looped foul. Outside of third. 0-1 your count here. Bottom half of the second. Jackets put a couple of runners aboard in the first, did not get anything across the plate. The Cougars scoring once in the second to lead at 1-0. At this juncture, as this pitch is swung on and tapped foul by Lesha back to the screen. In her junior season now from Somerset, Wisconsin, the Yellow Jackets center fielder Mackenzie Lesha. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit hard, but foul. And it remains here 0-2. Jackets after this series will be on the road for a non-conference series. At least they're scheduled to play a non-conference series against UW-Eau Claire on Tuesday of this upcoming week. That was rescheduled from earlier in the year. This pitch also fouled off to the left here by Lesha. Count remaining 0-2 here to the Yellow Jacket center fielder, who pulled quite an athletic feat for a two-sport athlete at UWS. Played in the NCAA tournament for the women's basketball team, then got on a plane, and then 2 days later she was playing center field for the Yellow Jacket softball team in Florida. And as this pitch is over the outside corner and off the plate for a 1-2 count. Yeah, I've never heard of a Yellow Jacket athlete doing something like that before. This pitch was swung on and hit deep to left field and hooking and foul. Had home run distance. But just yanking a little bit of foul there was Lesha. She has a lot of pop on her bat. We've seen that over the years. She was the Yellow Jackets' co-leading home run hitter and RBI getter last year for the Yellow Jackets. Was also the UMAC tournament MVP a year ago for Coach Melissa Fracker and company. This pitch is swung on. That's hit out in the left center field, and that is fair inside the left field line for a base hit. So Lesha gets the Yellow Jackets' third hit, a leadoff single here in the second. And I'll bring up Carly Stuckmeyer now for UWS.
Third base, number 22, Carly Stuckmeyer.
Stuckmeyer hitting .473 on the season. No home runs, 10 RBIs. 35 hits and 74 at-bats here for the sophomore from Delano, Minnesota. Lesha, who runs well over at first base. And the first pitch to Stuckmeyer. Squaring around. Pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Lesha has 7 out of 8 in stolen bases over at first base. Stuckmeyer also runs well. Pitch from Thornton, swung on and missed. Evens up the count now 1-1. One pitch from Melissa Thornton upcoming. Here it is. Wanted it high in the air and then over the top of the backstop towards us from our broadcast location here in Superior to make it now ball 1, strike 2 to the Yellow Jacket third base player. Here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Carly Stuckmeyer in her sophomore season. Swings and hits this ball to center field. Shallow. Coming in and making the catch is going to be the center fielder Stevens. That's the first out of the inning. So 1 down, 1 on, and here's Nora Schmitz now for the Yellow Jackets.
Nora Schmitz.
Schmitz for the Yellow Jackets hitting .381, no home runs, 8 RBIs. She has 8 hits and 21 at-bats, and she squares it around and will bunt that one foul. And it is 0-1. Schmitz, the senior from Laconia, Minnesota. Standing in on 0-1. Lesha over at first. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. And Thornton is ahead in the count now 0-2. Oh, and 2 here to Schmitz, the right fielder for UWS. Thornton's pitch. Swung on and grounded up the third. And that'll be a funny hop there for the third base player. Kendra Schmitz trying to retire Nora Schmitz there for Minnesota Morris. Took a funny hop, but she couldn't corral it. Lesha on at second. I believe that'll be an E5. And here's Larissa Snyder now for her first at-bat of the season. Again, welcome back to the lineup. Larissa Snyder missed the first 27 games because of injury, but is back now. And the first pitch to her is off in there, for a strike. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jackets shortstop, Larissa Snyder, who team captain last year for the Yellow Jackets, and like I said, missed the first 27 games this season because of injury, but was given the go-ahead to play this weekend. And this pitch comes over the inside corner and quickly 0-2 here to Snyder. She was expected to man shortstop all season for the Yellow Jackets. UWS has had to do some shuffling in the lineup because of that injury, but back here, and now this first pitch, or this 0-2 pitch, excuse me, is swung on and fouled back for Snyder, and it's 0-2. In her junior season as well as Larissa Snyder. Oh, 2 pitch. Swung on and hit high to left field. Losey coming in. She'll make the catch. That'll be the second out of the inning, and we'll flip to the top of the batting order now for Peyton Bennett. Bennett 0 for 1, popped out to short. Last inning for the Yellow Jackets, and she bats now with 2 out, 2 on. Bennett, the freshman from Harrisburg, South Dakota. Came in with that gaudy batting average of .489 in the first pitch to her. Swung on and hit hard to center field, but right at the center fielder. And making the grab is going to be Stevens to retire the Yellow Jackets in the second with no damage done. For UWS in the second, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left aboard. We have played an inning, or excuse me, 2 full innings now here from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, and your score, Minnesota Morris 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. We'll come back with a third right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. It'll be Taylor Johnson that'll lead things off here in the top of the third. Johnson hitting an even .300 on the season, 1 home run, 9 RBIs, 15 hits and 50 at-bats this season. And she stands in here leading off the top of the third. Carly Schleckmeyer playing well in on the left side of the diamond here for the Yellow Jackets at third. And the first pitch is going to be swung on and tapped foul off to the left. 0-1 your count now to Johnson. It'll be Johnson, Stevens, and Thornton here against Abby Mitchell in the top of the third inning for the Cougars. As Mitchell's pitch swung on and missed. Ran up on it and came up empty. 0-2 your count now. Mitchell, who has 2 strikeouts so far through 2 innings. Kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and tapped foul. Off to the left. Count remains at 0-2 here. Oh, 2 pitch on the way. Here it is. Swung on and tapped the third. Schleckmeyer quickly to first. And that is the first out of the inning on a snappy 5-3 scoring play. 1 up and 1 down. Just a half step behind it was Johnson on the throw to first. And here's Sierra Stevens now to bat for the second time in the ballgame. 0 for 1, struck out swinging, leading off the first for the Cougars. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the third. And here's the pitch. Over the inside corner for Mitchell. 0-1 your count. Oh, 1 delivery on the way. Swung on and missed, climbed the ladder on her, and she couldn't catch up with it. 0-2 your count here. There's Abby Mitchell on the top of the third. Oh, 2 delivery, here it is. Leaves that one off the plate outside to make it now 1-2. Mitchell on 1-2. Leaves that one off the plate as well. Teams up the count now 2-2. Top half of the third inning here. Two-two pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Third strikeout for Mitchell. 2 outs now in the third, and that now will bring up Alyssa Thornton, the pitcher, who reached on an error in the first and was then cut down on a 1-6-3 double play to end the top of the first. 2 out, nobody on. 1-0. Morris in the lead here, top of the third. And Mitchell's pitch swung on and ground out to third. Suckmeyer up with it. Throws to first, and that retires Thornton on another 5-3 scoring play, and the Cougars go quickly in order in the top of inning number 3. For the Cougars in the third, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We have played 2.5 innings here in Superior. Your score, Minnesota Morris 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. We are back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Lily Hansen, Zoe Thompson, and Ellie Motzel the bat against Alyssa Thornton here in the bottom of the third for the Yellow Jackets. For Minnesota Morris so far, 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error so far. The Yellow Jackets no runs on 3 hits and an error as the first pitch pops out of the glove of Anna Athey, the starting catcher here for the Cougars, for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here to Hansen, who is 0 for 1. Flew out to left field in her first plate appearance in the bottom half of inning number 1. As a 1-0 pitch. Swung on and hit the center field and deep. Going back, looking up at it, and that one is gone. Solo home run, number 2 of the season for Lily Hansen. RBI number 25, and we are all tied up at 1 apiece. Hansen got all that one. We talked about the fact it was going to be hard to hit one out to left field in this breeze that we have here in Superior, but Hansen went straight away center with that one. Also homered in game 1 of the set against North Central last weekend, and she hits her second here. 4th hit for the Yellow Jackets, and that now will bring up Zoe Thompson for the Yellow Jackets, who was 1 for 1 singled with 2 outs in the first and then got stranded on second. And here's Thornton's first pitch to her. Rise ball stays up for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Final pitch to Thompson. Comes low and inside to make it now 2-0. Yellow Jackets' 9th home run of the season as a team, by the way, as this pitch to Thompson, who also has serious pop in her bat, as we've seen throughout her career. Low and inside for ball 3. .3-0 pitch on the way. And low for ball 4. So Thompson, following Hansen's second home run of the year, draws a 4-pitch walk. She's on first with nobody out. And here's Ellie Motzel, the bat here for the Yellow Jackets. Talked about how good an offensive team this is for Coach Melissa Fracker. The best offensive team she's had by far in her 5 years as coach. And as the first pitch to Motzel's inside for a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Jack's putting up some really gaudy numbers this season offensively. .419 the team batting average, averaging more than 10 runs per game this season. Slugging percentage in the top 10 in the country, on base percentage. And this pitch from Thornton is in there for a strike. The count now 1-1. One your count here. Nice pitch. Pulled the string on her and swinging over the top of the drop ball. For the Jackets was Motzel to now make it 1-2. Ellie Motzel so far 1 for 1. She singled in the first and got stranded on at first base. UWS now with 4 hits in the game. As this pitch, another drop ball that stays off the plate outside. That evens up the count now 2-2. 2-2 pitch forthcoming here from Thornton. Here it is. Comes up and in, and spinning away from that one was Motzel. They'll now make it 3-2. Bailey O'Donnell waits on deck here for the Yellow Jackets. Three-two pitch, here it is. Swung on and grounded outside a third foul. Kendra Schmitz came over, made a backhanded stab for it, but it's about 6 inches foul. And the count remains here at 3-2 to Motzel. Three-two pitch on the way here coming from Thornton. And here it is. Swung on, hit to left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Thompson will stop at second. So the first 3 Yellow Jackets reach here in the bottom of the third. Still nobody out, and that now will bring up Bailey O'Donnell. She flew out to center in the first to end the first inning for the Yellow Jackets and is 0 for 1. O'Donnell didn't play at all against North Central last weekend. And the first pitch to her swung on and grounded out to third. Schmitz steps on the bag there and throws behind the runner, but is able to make the play on it. Nice little tap dance there at second base by Ashley Albert to get the out. They didn't get the out? Okay. I thought she might have been fielder's choice. That's a tough play, though. Step on the bag and then throw to second. So there is 1 out, 2 on. Motzel on at second. O'Donnell reaches on the 5-4 scoring play. And here's Mackenzie Lesha now to bat. Lesha 1 for 1. Singled last inning. First pitch was a ball, next pitch fouled away. Now is 1-1 here to the Yellow Jacket center fielder. That is not an easy play, though, to try to step, like I said, tap the bag and then throw back to second. As this pitch to Lesha swung on and hit out to right field. Coming over and making the grab is going to be the right fielder for the Cougars. That'll be Mahoney taking up at second. Moving up to third will be Motzel. And here now is Carly Stuckmeyer for the Yellow Jackets, who flew out to center, shallow center, in the second and is 0 for 1. So the lead run right now at third base. Runners on the corners with 2 down here in the third. Jackets with a run so far on 2 hits in the inning. And the first pitch from Thornton is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One pitch swung on and looped out in the left field for a base hit. Motzel will come in to score. Holding up at second base will be O'Donnell. And so with the RBI there, single to left, the Jackets take their first lead of the day as Motzel comes home. 2 runs now home in the inning. O'Donnell stopping at second. And here's Nora Schmitz now. And the first pitch to Schmitz swung on and missed, 0-1. Schmitz reached on an error in the second and is 0 for 1. Three hits now in the inning for the Yellow Jackets. As on 0-1, Schmitz swings and fouls off to the right. 0-2 your count to the Yellow Jacket right fielder. With UWS now leading it 2-1. This pitch swung on and grounded sharply out to short. They throw over to first. That'll retire Schmitz. And that'll bring it in to the Yellow Jackets' third inning. But not before UWS scores 2 runs on 3 hits. The big blow, the solo home run from Lily Hansen. There were no errors and 2 left aboard. We have played 3 complete innings here. Your score, Yellow Jackets 2, Minnesota Morris 1. We'll come back with the top of the 4th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. We're back here for the top of the 4th with Jillian Anderson, Kendra Schmitz, and Milena Mahoney here to bat against Abby Mitchell. For the Yellow Jackets being her 4th inning of work. UWS leading it by the score of 2-1 here as we get in the top of the 4th. Mitchell so far 3 strikeouts in the game. And here's her first pitch. Swung on and popped foul off to the right. It's going to get out of play, however. Coming over to give a look was Bailey O'Donnell for UWS. But like I said, it is not playable. 0-1 your count here. Anderson so far 0 for 1, grounded into a 1-6-3 double play in the first. Next offering from Mitchell is low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike your count now. To Anderson playing at first base here in game 1 of our doubleheader here on this Friday afternoon. One pitch. Swung on and hit out to left field. That'll get down for a base hit. So Anderson leads off the top of the 4th with a base hit. Just the second hit of the game here for Morris. Jackets have 6 thus far, and here now is Kendra Schmitz, the third base player. We're going to have a pinch runner come in now for Minnesota Morris over at first. Looks like it's Isabel Derhack, maybe. Over at first base now, pinch running. So Derhack over at first. 1 out. Nobody out, excuse me. And the first pitch in there for a strike here from Abby Mitchell. Mitchell came in at 3-1 on the season. It's a significant amount of time in the middle portion of the season with an injury of her own. And back now for the Yellow Jackets. Zuckmeyer, by the way, playing in at third. And this pitch is high to even the count now 1-1. One pitch on the way. That one left off the plate and low for a ball to make it now 2-1 your count. Two-one pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded out towards second. Hansen to Schneider for 1. The relay to first. And a double play. Second double play turned by UWS. And Coach Penny Roy not happy with the call. It'll be a 4-6-3 on the double play, and now they're going to have a conversation about it here. Yep, and they are going to call it the double play. So 4-6-3, and just like that, 2 down here in the fourth, and that now will bring up Elena Mahoney, who so far is 1 for 1. She has one of the 2 Morris hits thus far. Bouncing single to right in the second. And Mitchell trying to face the minimum here in the top of the fourth. First pitch from Mitchell is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count here. One delivery. Swung on and popped up. This one I think is going to get out of play, and it will. Off the top of the Yellow Jacket dugout to our left. And Mitchell's ahead in the count now, 0-2 here against Mahoney. Top half inning number 4. Clouds beginning to come a little more thick now as we move on here in the middle stages of this one. No balls, 2 strikes. And here's Mitchell's pitch. Rise ball stays up for a ball. 1-2 now your count. One-two pitch, here it is. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Mitchell faces the minimum in the fourth. For the Cougars in the top of the fourth, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left aboard. We've played 3.5. Your score, Yellow Jackets 2, Minnesota Morris 1. We'll come back with the bottom of the fourth right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. We're back here for the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Larissa Snyder, Peyton Bennett, and Lily Hansen to bat here against Alyssa Thornton. In the bottom of the fourth, the Yellow Jackets leading at 2-1 as Snyder so far 0 for 1. Flew out to left in her first plate appearance of the season. That was back in the second. 1-0 pitch on the way. That one's high now, 2-0 your count to Snyder. Snyder awaiting the 2-0 offering. This pitch is swung on and popped up. But I think it will not be playable and will be off the top of the Morris dugout to our right. Two and 1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket shortstop. There's a Snyder who makes a huge difference defensively. And this pitch is swung on, that's popped up, and I think that'll also not be playable. Again, off to the right, 2 and 2 your count to Snyder. Jackets have turned 2 double plays, and Coach Melissa Fracker has always lauded Larissa Snyder for her ability defensively. Getting her back into the defensive alignment, as she says, makes a huge difference as Snyder cuts through that one and strikes out. 1 up, 1 down as she strikes out swinging, and that now flips to the top of the batting order for Peyton Bennett, who so far is 0 for 2. There's a pop out and a fly out so far. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the fourth for the Yellow Jackets, leading at 2-1. Thornton's pitch is up and off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Bennett for the Yellow Jackets. Led the team in hitting for a spell there, did the freshman. This drop ball is in there for a strike to make it now 1-1 to Bennett. One pitch on the way. Bennett with the check swing, and it will go foul off to the right. 1-2 your count now to Peyton Bennett. One-two offering on the way. One high and back to the backstop to make it now 2-2. Two-two pitch on the way. Swung on and golfed foul off to the left. Count holding at 2-2 here to the Yellow Jacket left fielder Peyton Bennett. Melissa Thornton kicking and delivering. Swung on and hit to right field. Medium depth, drifting back is Mahoney. She'll make the catch. Quickly 2 up and 2 down here for the Yellow Jackets. Bennett now 0 for 3, and that now will bring up Lily Hansen. Hansen so far 1 for 2. Hit her second home run of the season. Leading off the third, and also flew out to left in her 2 previous plate appearances, and this one is swung on and looped foul off to the left. 0-1 your count now to Hansen. On 1 to the Yellow Jackets second base player, and this one off the plate. Aims up the count now 1-1. With Larissa Snyder back in the lineup here for game 1. Hansen moving over to second base, which is her more familiar position. It's played short in the absence of Larissa Snyder for the bulk of this season, as this pitch is swung on and it's hit well out to right field, and running back and making the catch is going to be Mahoney. That's a heck of a play there by the right fielder Mahoney, and it brings the inning to a close here for the Yellow Jackets, and a nice play out in right field by the Morris right fielder. For UWS in the 4th, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We have played 4 complete innings. Your score, Yellow Jackets 2, Minnesota Morris 1. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAG Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 5th, Olivia Losi, Anna Athy, and Ashley Albert to bat here against Abby Mitchell, who's gone all the way in the circle for UWS. Losi so far reached on a fielder's choice and stole second and was stranded on third. All that coming in the second inning. She leads off here the 5th. As the first pitch from Mitchell is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count here. Abby Mitchell's pitch swung on and missed, and she gets ahead in the count now against Losi at 0-2. Oh, 0-2 count here to the Minnesota Morris left fielder, Olivia Losi. And On 0-2, here's the pitch, swung on and popped up. Might be playable. Coming over for the Yellow Jackets and making the catch is going to be Bailey O'Donnell. Nice play there by the Yellow Jackets. Native of Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota, to make that grab. 1 up and 1 down, and that now will bring up Anna Athey, who is 0 for 1. Ground out on a 6-3 scoring play. Got an RBI on that one. The lone RBI here of game number 1 for the Cougars. She bats with 1 out, nobody on here. In the top of the 5th. And this pitch low from Mitchell for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Mitchell on 1-0. Swing and a miss. Ends up the count now 1-1. Next pitch is a rise ball that stays off the plate to make it now 2-1. Two-one count. Here it is. That one a called strike over the inside corner. Now even at the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch. High and off the plate now. Runs the count full at 3-2. 1 out, nobody on here for the Cougars in the top of the 5th inning. And that pitch high for ball 4. So Athey with a 1-out walk. And that now will bring up Ashley Albert. Albert so far 0 for 1, struck out swinging to end the 2nd. Stuckmeyer in a couple of steps at 3rd. O'Donnell even with the bag over at 1st. First pitch, a called strike in there. The snap throw from Motzel down, trying to pick off Athey over at 1st. And as Lily Hansen came in from behind, the tag was a little bit late, and Athey a little slow in getting up on the head-first slide back to the bag. And that's one of those situations. I wonder if she got a bit of a jam shot there on her shoulder or maybe her elbow as she came back in. Hansen, like I said, snuck in from second base for the Yellow Jackets on the called strike. Motzel's throw a little bit tall on the pickoff attempt. Athey sliding back, like I said, head first into the bag and getting up a little bit slowly over at first base, and now the training staff attending to her. And, yeah, they are going to check out that left shoulder to make sure she's got range of motion on it, it looks like. Not uncommon to have that happen on a pickoff play at first base, or at any base for that matter, where you have to dive quickly back in, and sometimes you can jam your shoulder or your elbow, and that's the conversation looks like that's being had over there. It looks like it's the left arm that's in question here for Athey. And the conversation ongoing right now over at first base, and it looks like everything is settled, so Athey will stay in here. 0-1 count here now to Albert. Square around the bunt on the initial pitch. We'll see if she squares around again here on an 0-1 count. O'Donnell now coming in a couple more steps over at first base. She was even with the bag on the first pitch of the at-bat. See if she stays there. Now here is the 0-1 pitch, and it's going to be bunted in front of the base. The throw down to second. Retires Albert on the sacrifice. That'll be a 1-4 scoring play, and then Athy on a throwing error as Hansen tried to go to second off the glove of Snyder into center field, and she'll now move up. So that'll be an E4 on the throw. And now the tying run is at third with 2 out, and that now will bring up Johnson, Taylor Johnson, with a chance to tie the game. First pitch swung on and missed. 0-1. Johnson grounded out the third and is 0 for 1 here. Second error for the Yellow Jackets here in this one. Lily Hansen just a little aggressive, a little over-aggressive, trying to pick out the runner Athy at second. As this pitch is swung on and grounded out the third. And the throw to first, not going to be in time. And the error comes back to bite the Yellow Jackets as Johnson beats that one out. Still waiting on the ruling on that play. Bounding ball to third. Stuckmeyer tried to rush the throw. It skipped past O'Donnell over at first, but unable to advance on that was Johnson. Give her a hit on that one? Okay, so she'll get the RBI. Infield single. Tied up at 2 now on the unearned run. And now Stevens in the top of the order. And the first pitch to her swung on and fouled back. 0-1 your count, so the error comes back to hurt the Yellow Jackets on that sequence. Three hits now for the Cougars in the game. 0-1 your count. This pitch low. They'll throw down the second on the steal attempt, and that one off the glove of Snyder. Sailed a bit on Motzel. For Johnson, that's her 7th stolen base in 7 tries. And now she's in scoring position with 2 out on a 1-1 count. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and popped foul off to the right. Stevens so far, by the way, 0 for 2. A couple of strikeouts. 1 in the first and 1 in the third in her 2 previous at-bats. 1-2 your count. As Mitchell's pitch swung on and fouled up the first baseline. Count remains now 1-2. Cougars have played a lot of small ball here so far. Really haven't hit the ball that hard. But they've scored a run so far on a hit. There's the Yellow Jacket error in this one as well. And this 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right again. One and two remains your count here on the top of the 5th. And the 1-2 pitch. Low and off the plate now. Evens up the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch, here it is. Swung on and popped up on the infield. Hansen waiting for it. She'll make the catch. And that'll bring an end to the 4th inning for the Cougars. But not before Minnesota Morris scores a run on a hit. There was a Yellow Jacket error and 1 left aboard. We played 4.5. Your score, Cougars 2, Yellow Jackets 2. We'll come back with the bottom half of inning number 5 right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, can't get enough of the Yellow Jackets. Tune into Eye of the Swarm, the official podcast of Yellow Jacket Athletics. Join John Garver and me throughout the years. We sit down with the Yellow Jacket student athletes, coaches, and other guests. Eye of the Swarm is available on Yellow Jacket TV on uwsYellowJackets.com/podcast, Spotify, iTunes, or wherever you get your podcast. Bottom of the fifth inning now, and the tie score at 2 apiece. Zoe Thompson for the Yellow Jackets will lead things off here against Alyssa Thornton. And the first pitch to Thompson is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Thompson so far 1 for 1 with a walk. And her 2 previous plate appearances here against Alyssa Thornton. And this pitch is swung on and driven out into right field, and that's going to get all the way to the wall. Rounding first base, digging for second will be Thompson. The throw from Mahoney will be cut off. And the Yellow Jackets have their second extra base hit of the game. A leadoff double from Zoe Thompson. And here's Ellie Motzel now to bat. Motzel so far 2 for 2 with a run scored. Looks like we might have a pinch runner here coming in for Thompson. It's going to be Morgan Young here for the Yellow Jackets. So Morgan Young is going to run at second. She'll take out Thompson here. And Motzel now for the Yellow Jackets. Bats with 1 on. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. And it's Thornton's pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right. 0-1 your count now. Also, if you're a Yellow Jacket fan looking for great team gear, visit our official Yellow Jacket sideline store and browse all the current styles of Yellow Jacket apparel and accessories, including the same gear the Yellow Jackets wear. Find the Yellow Jacket sideline store at uwsYellowJackets.com/shop. 0-1 to Motzel here. Corner infielders playing in here for the Cougars with Young out at second. And now here's Motzel squaring around to bunt it, and it'll roll foul. And the Yellow Jacket catcher is behind the count now, 0-2. There's 7 hits now for the Yellow Jackets in the game. 0-2 pitch to Motzel, swung on and tapped foul. Waited back on the drop ball. Count holding at 0-2 here. Wind continuing to blow from left to right here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Oh, 2 pitch. Motzel takes that one. Froze her a little bit. Called high for a ball. Didn't miss by much. 1-2 your count. 1-2 here to Motzel. One-two pitch. Motzel swings and fouls it off of her foot. Count holding at 1-2. She's gone off speed on Motzel these last couple pitches. Graduate of Winona Cotter High School. On 1-2, awaiting the pitch here from Thornton. Here it is. Check swing, and that's a foul ball back to the screen. Young will have to hold out at second base. And a good tight ball game here so far in game 1 of the doubleheader. Playing in the bottom of the 5th here, and a 2-2 draw. This pitch is swung on. That's hit deep to left field, and that's way back there, and gone. 4th home run of the year for Ellie Motzel. She's 3 for 3 in the game, a 2-run shot. Motzel got all of that one. And the Yellow Jackets come back with 2 in their half here. Still nobody out, and it's 4-2. The Yellow Jackets leading the Cougars here. 2 home runs for UWS. And here's Bailey O'Donnell to bat for the Yellow Jackets, who was 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice in her last plate appearance in the 3rd. And now Coach Heather Penny-Roy has come out and is having a chat with her infield here, and going to make a pitching change here. I'm not quite sure. The conversation is ongoing. like more of a conversation more than anything else here, as the Morris coach is going to now walk back toward her dugout. What a shot off the bat that was, though, by Motzel. That was a no-doubter as she got all of that ball. Both home runs today have been very well hit. No-doubters on both of them. And as O'Donnell steps in now. Nobody out here in the fifth, and the first pitch from Thornton is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Younger sister of Brianna O'Donnell, who played basketball for the Yellow Jackets once upon a time for a couple of seasons. Second of the 2 O'Donnell sisters to be an athlete at UW Superior. As this pitch is swung on, that's grounded back up through the middle into center field for a base hit. O'Donnell with a single to center. First 3 Yellow Jackets reach here in the fifth. That's Alyssa Thornton. Jackets now up to 9 hits in the ball game. Pinch runner going to come in now for O'Donnell. And it's going to be Kendallin Kallenberg, who, by the way, is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday to Kendallin Kallenberg. I talked to her about it before the game, and she will run over at first base here. As Mackenzie Lesha steps in, who is 1 for 2, and the first pitch to her swung on, grounded out to short. They go short towards second for 1, and Lesha beating out the relay. It'll be a 6-4-3 fielder's choice that'll allow Lesha to reach. And that now will bring up Carly Stuckmeyer. Stuckmeyer so far has reached on an error and grounded out in her first 2 at-bats. As Lesha over at first with 1 down. Squares the bunt and bunts the rise ball back to the screen for a strike. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket third base player. As the sun peeks out from behind the clouds, it's becoming decidedly overcast here the longer we go here this afternoon. Next pitch is swung on and missed by the Yellow Jacket third base player, Stuckmeyer, and she's behind the count now, 0-2. By the way, Karen Balabon now standing on the on-deck circle here for UWS in the bottom of the fifth. 2 runs in the frame. And this pitch is swung on and grounded outside a third, foul. Count holding at 0-2 here to Stuckmeyer, who's played just about every infield position for the Yellow Jackets in her 2 years. Played some second, bit of short at times as well, starting at third base today. Jackets have also tried Samantha Swartz in that spot during the season. 0-2, the pitch swung on and poked foul here by Stuckmeyer to the right. Count remains 0-2. Two from Thornton, here it is. Swung on and grounded out towards short. That's going to be a tough play. A lot of spin on that ball, and it'll end up allowing Stuckmeyer to reach. Lesha will pull up at second. You'll see that ball had a lot of spin on it the way it hit the turf. Nevertheless, it's an E6, I believe. And now Karen Balabon will pinch hit here for the Yellow Jackets. Balabon, like I said, has been platooning in right field with Nora Schmitz all season. Pinch hits here in the fifth. Balabon hitting .320 on the season, no home runs, 7 RBIs for the sophomore from Elk River. And the first pitch to her is bunted up the third base line. Kendra Schmitz up with it, throws to first. That'll retire Balabon. Everybody else moves up a base, so Lesha to third. Stuckmeyer to second. Sacrifice completed on that one. On a 5-3 scoring play. 2 down now in the inning, and here now is Larissa Snyder for the Yellow Jackets. Snyder so far 0 for 2. Strikeout and a flyout. And the first pitch from Thornton. Over the inside corner for a strike. 0-1 to the Yellow Jacket shortstop Snyder. Looking for her first hit of the season is the junior shortstop. Base knock here with plate 2 here for the Yellow Jackets. As that one bounces up there. Nice stop behind the plate by Athley. Teams up the count now, 1-1. One pitch. Snyder swings and grounds it up the middle, and that'll be through for a base hit. 1 run is in. Rounding third, coming home to score. It's going to be Stuckmeyer. Fencing the second will be Snyder. She has her first hit and first 2 RBIs of the season. The Jackets have 4 in the inning. And they now lead it by the score of 6-2. Once you flip to the top of the batting order now for Peyton Bennett. And the first pitch to Bennett is out to play for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Bennett so far 0 for 3. Pop out and 2 flyouts so far for the freshman from South Dakota. And this pitch is swung on, and that's again popped up. Out in right field. Mahoney will make the catch, and that'll bring it in to the Yellow Jackets' 5th inning. But not before UWS scores 4 runs on 4 hits. There was an error in there as well by the Cougars, and 1 left aboard. We've played 5 complete innings. Your score, Yellow Jackets 6, Minnesota Morris 2. We'll come back with the top of the 6th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 6th. Have you downloaded Swarm Central, the official rewards and loyalty app of the Yellow Jackets? Get started and receive 200 points just for registering and 200 more for downloading the app. Redeem your points for cool prizes in the Swarm Central store. Find Swarm Central in the Apple and Google stores today. There'll be Alyssa Thornton that'll lead things off here against Abby Mitchell, who all of a sudden has a 6-2 lead to work with heading to the top of the 6th here. Jackets looking for win number 23 on the season. It's just 5 losses as this pitch is swung on, and that's dumped out in the left field, and that'll be a base hit. So Thornton with her first hit of the game. A leadoff single to left, and that now will bring up Jillian Anderson. Jill Anderson so far 1 for 2. And we have a pinch runner here for Thornton, it looks like. Courtney Smith is going to pinch run here for the Cougars. She'll be right first, and now that brings up Anderson, who so far, like I said, 1 for 2. It's Abby Mitchell. The first pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. 0-1 your count here. One pitch on the way. That one in there for a strike to make it now 0-2 your count. Mitchell so far giving up just the 4 hits. Couple of walks in there to go along with 3 strikeouts for Abby Mitchell as well. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. There's strikeout number 4 for Abby Mitchell. 1 down here in the 6th, and that now will bring up Kendra Schmitz. Schmitz has scored one of the 2 runs for Minnesota Morris. Walked in the 2nd and came around to score, and then grounded into a 4-6-3 double play in the 4th. Jackets have turned 2 double plays defensively here in this first game. This pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right. 0-1 your count here as Abby Mitchell looking for win number 4 on the season in the circle for the Yellow Jackets. Oh, 1 delivery. That one over the outside corner now to make it 0-2. 0-2 pitch on the way here. From Abby Mitchell, this one just off the plate. Flinched a little bit, did the home plate umpire on that one, but calls it a ball. 1-2 your count. Mitchell on 1-2. Here's her pitch. Swung on and slap foul off to the right. Count holding at 1-2 here. As we've become pretty much completely overcast now here, as we go from mid to late afternoon into the early evening hours here in Superior. This pitch, low to even up the count now, 2-2. Jackets with 6 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. Minnesota Morris so far with 2 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. As we play on here in the top of the 6th inning. 2-2 pitch on the way here from Abby Mitchell. Came up and in on her, and she jammed her. Fouled it off to the right. Count holding at 2-2, and we're out of softballs, so we're going to have a bit of a break here. Plenty of foul balls in this one. Not surprising that we ran out of game balls here on that foul ball off the bat of Kendra Schmitz. Two pitch. On the way, here it is. Off the plate now to make it 3-2. And the count is now full. 1 out here, top of the 6th. Three-two pitch swung on and chopped foul off to the right. Three-two pitch. On the way from Mitchell, here it is. Out to play for ball 4. So now 2 aboard with 1 out. 3rd walk issued by Abby Mitchell here. And that now will bring up Malena Mahoney, out in right field. Mahoney so far 1 for 2. And we got another pinch runner here. Looks like we will. We have a meeting now for the Yellow Jackets in the circle. Bobby-Gwan Wagner is going to run over at first. So 2 on with 1 out. As all the meetings look like they are now concluded. Stuckmeyer going to play in a couple of steps over at third. In a step at first is O'Donnell. And the pitch. So swing and a miss by Mahoney. 0-1 your count here. Mitchell's 0-1 delivery. High off the plate now, evens up the count 1-1. One delivery. I want to call strike over the outside corner. 1-2 now your count here to Mahoney. Olivia Losi would be next here for the Cougars in the top of the 6th. This rise ball now stays up. Evens up the count now 2-2. Top half, inning number 6. Jackets leading at 6-2. The Cougars with 2 aboard, 1 down here. And that one called third strike over the outside corner. Strikeout number 5 for Abby Mitchell. 2 down now in the inning, and here is Losi to bat. Losi so far 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice in the second. Popped out to Bailey O'Donnell on a nice running catch and foul ground in the 5th. The first pitch is swung on a foul back, and now it is 0-1. To Losi, runners on first and second. Wagner, the pinch runner, on at first. Pinch runner Smith on at second. One strike to nothing, your count. And that pitch over the outside corner. And Mitchell's ahead in the count now 0-2. Two pitch. Swung on in line, foul. Outside of first base. Up the line. Count holding now at 0-2. Two pitch. Making that one upstairs was Losi to make it now 1-2. One-two pitch. Swung on and rolled right back to the mound. Or to the circle in this case. Up with it is Mitchell. She tosses over to first, and that retires the Cougars in the 6th inning. 1-3 on the scoring play to retire Losi and the Cougars. No runs, 1 hit, no Yellow Jacket errors, 2 left aboard. We played 5.5. Your score, Yellow Jacket 6, the Cougars 2. We'll come back with the bottom of the 6th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. We're back here for the bottom of the sixth. New pitcher in the game here for Morris. Morgan Wilhelm comes in relief of Alyssa Thornton. For Wilhelm, this is appearance number 20 on the season. 80 in the third innings pitched, giving up 149 hits, 102 runs, 75 of which have been earned. She's walked 28 and struck out 26. Her ERA 6.54, her record 4-9. And she will face Lily Hansen, Zoe Thompson, and Ellie Motzel here for UWS in the bottom of the sixth. Hansen so far 1 for 3. Hit her second home run of the season in the third. All three of those plate appearances against Alyssa Thornton. And the first pitch to Hansen is swung on and fouled off to the right. 0-1 your count. Leading off the bottom half of the sixth here for the Yellow Jackets, as Wilhelm's pitch is high and off the plate to make it now 1-1. One pitch here from Wilhelm. Comes inside and low. Makes it now 2-1 your count now to the Yellow Jackets' second base player. Two one pitch. Low one off the plate to now make it 3-1. Was it a strike? 2-2 your count. Wilhelm's pitch. That one's low. Run the count full now at 3-2. Three-two delivery. On the way, here it is. Swung on and fouled at the plate. And we'll do it again here for Lily Hansen at 3-2. Three-two pitch. That one bounces up there for ball 4. So Hansen aboard with a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the sixth, and that now will bring up Zoe Thompson here for the Yellow Jackets. Thompson for the Yellow Jackets. So far 2 for 3. Doubled in the fifth, singled in the first, and also reached on a walk. So she's been on base all 3 times. And she has stepped to the plate here. Hansen over at first. First pitch. Off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Hansen runs well, by the way, for UWS. She's over at first. 13 out of 14 in stolen bases this season is Lily Hansen. As this pitch is swung on and fouled hard off to the right. That evens up the count now 1-1. One and one to the Yellow Jacket designated player here in game 1, Zoe Thompson. 1-1 pitch. Hansen taking off. The throw down to second, going to be off the mark and short. Hansen with stolen base number 14 in 15 tries. She's in scoring position here. Nobody out in the bottom of the sixth. 2-1 your count now to Zoe Thompson. Two-one pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen by Thompson to even up the count now at 2-2. Ellie Motzel waiting on deck here for UWS. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Both the string on her, and Thompson swings over the top of it. First out of the inning. Comes on a strikeout, and here's Motzel now for the Yellow Jackets. 3 hits so far for Motzel, including a 2-run home run. Her team leading 4th of the season. Also had a single in the third. And a single in the first. All those at-bats coming against Thornton in the first pitch to Motzel's in their first strike. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket catcher. Lily Hansen out at second base. And this pitch in their first strike, now 0-2. Motzel awaiting the 0-2 delivery here. This one bounces up there. Nice backhanded stop by Athey. That'll keep base runner Hansen out at second base. One and two your count. Motzel swings and hits that one deep to left. That's way back there. And that one is gone. Ellie Motzel, back-to-back home runs for her and back-to-back trips to the plate. Another two-run shot. She now has 5 on the season. Scoring ahead of her is Hansen, and the Yellow Jackets now up by the score of 8-2. And that now will bring up Bailey O'Donnell here for the Yellow Jackets. One down here still in the bottom of the 6th. And the first pitch to O'Donnell is inside for a ball. So Ellie Motzel, holy smokes, 4 hits, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, and 3 runs scored for Ellie Motzel. Other than that, she really hasn't done much at the plate here so far in game 1. That pitch high to O'Donnell. 2-0 your count to the Yellow Jacket first base player, Bailey O'Donnell. Two-0 pitch is in there for a strike from Wilhelm. Makes it now 2-1. This pitch, swing and a miss by O'Donnell. A delivery over the outside corner now to even up the count at 2-2. Two pitch on the way. That one's low. Run the count full. Now 3-2 your count with Mackenzie Lesha in the on-deck circle here for UWS. Three-two pitch. Swung on and hit hard up the right field line. That'll be a base hit for O'Donnell. And that now will bring up Mackenzie Lesha here for the Yellow Jackets. It looks like Cam Wickstrom is going to come in and run now for O'Donnell. Lesha now stepping in. 1 for 3 so far with a run scored is Mackenzie Lesha. Wickstrom over at first. Pitch off the glove here of Athey, and running up to second base on it will be Wickstrom. Going to be a pass ball on that one, John? Yep. So pass ball. Moving Wickstrom up to second. Wickstrom, the native of Hermantown, Minnesota, in scoring position here. 1 out in the inning, and the pitch to Lesha is low for a ball, and it's 2-0 now to the Yellow Jacket center fielder. Did he call it a strike? All right. Take that back. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, and that one is swung on and hit well to left field, but ranging over to make the catch will be Losey. That'll be the second out of the inning. 2 down. Out now will bring up Carly Stuckmeyer for the Yellow Jackets. Looks like we might have a pinch hitter, though. It's going to be Bella Garley for the Yellow Jackets. Garley, who wanted to extend a shout out to her parents down in Albuquerque who are watching. Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Garley. Your daughter bats now with 2 out. And a runner on third, and now this pitch skips by Athey. It'll be a wild pitch. Moving up to third will be Wickstrom. Garley having a good season at the plate, as are most of the Yellow Jackets for that matter. .395 with 1 home run and 12 RBIs, 17 hits and 43 at-bats. And this one is swung on and fouled back to even the count now 1-1. Garley might pitch game number 2. We'll see. This is the 5-pitcher roster for head coach Melissa Fracker, and she mixes up her pitchers quite well. Garley didn't pitch at all last weekend against North Central, as this pitch is high to make it now 2-1. Two-one pitch to Garley. Swung on and popped up. Might be playable. And it just gets out of play. They'll leave him the count now 2-2 to Garley. 2 out. Bookstrom over at third. Jackets leading at 8-2. 2 in the third, 4 in the fifth, and 2 so far here in the sixth for UWS. Two pitch. That one swung on, hit very high. Shallow left, actually coming over as a shortstop. And she will make the grab, that being Taylor Johnson, and that'll put an end to the Yellow Jackets' 6th inning. But UWS scores 2 more runs on a 2-run home run, second two-run home run of the game for Ellie Motzel. 2 runs overall for the Yellow Jackets on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on. We've now played 6 innings. Your score after 6 as we head to the 7th. Yellow Jackets 8, Minnesota Morris 2. This is Yellow Jacket Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. We are back here for the top of the 7th. Anna Athey, Ashley Albert, and Taylor Johnson at bat here against Abby Mitchell, who's looking for the complete game win here in game number 1 of our doubleheader. As Mitchell's first pitch to Athey is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count. Athey so far 0 for 1 with a run scored and an RBI in this game. She leads off the top of the 7th. In an 8-2 ball game in favor of the Yellow Jackets as the pitch from Mitchell stays low. Ends up the count now 1-1. We'll jump right into a brief post-game show sponsored by Synovus Energy once we go final here in game number 1. As Mitchell on 1-1. Pitch just swung on and hit the center field end deep. That one's way back there. And that one is gone. So Athey with the solo shot to center field. Her second RBI of the game. Her second run scored. That her second home run of the season, by the way. She now has 16 RBIs on the season. And that makes it now an 8-3 ball game. And now Ashley Albert will bat. We're going to have a pinch hitter, in fact. It'll be Kennedy Beegler that'll pinch hit here. Hitting 200 on the season, 7 for 35. And the first pitch off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering is in there for a strike. You have to count now 1-1. Next pitch is low and off the plate to make it now 2-1. By the way, that home run by Athey, just the second home run the Yellow Jackets have given up this season. 2-1 your count. This one is swung on and grounded through the middle. Snyder up with it. Throws over to first. And that retires Beegler on a 6-3 scoring play. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. And here's Taylor Johnson now to bat, who is 1 for 2 with a stolen base and an RBI. Stuckmeyer will come in here at third. Cougars so far with single runs in the 2nd, the 5th, and now so far here in the 7th. This pitch is swung on and bounced foul off to the left. 0-1 your count. One pitch. Johnson squaring around, offered at it. Therefore, strike 2. 0-2 your count now to Johnson. Up to the top of the batting order with Sierra Stevens on deck here. 0-2 your count. As Mitchell's pitch. High and off the plate. Makes it now 1-2. One-two pitch, here it is. Swung on and tapped foul. Count holding at 1-2 here to the shortstop, Johnson. Next pitch swung on and slap foul off to the left. We'll do it again here at 1-2. One-two pitch. Low. That evens up the count now 2-2. Two-two pitch, here it is. Swung on and tapped back to Mitchell. She has to go to first quickly, and she won't be able to do so. It'll be an infield hit here for Johnson. Second hit of the inning. 6 hits now in the game for the Cougars, and I'll bring up now Sierra Stevens, who so far is 0 for 3. This pitch swung on and is grounded out to second. Up with it, Hansen. She'll throw over to Thompson. That'll retire Stevens on a 4-3 scoring play. 2 down now in the 7th, and that will bring up Melissa Thornton to bat. So Thornton bats here with 2 out, 1 on. Jackets 1 out away from win number 23 on the season. As Mitchell faces Thornton, who so far is 1 for 3. And her pitch is swung on and grounded out. Pass versus Snyder out in the left center field, rounding third and coming in to score will be Johnson. So the RBI single back through the middle by Thornton brings in 2 runs, the second run of the inning, to make it 8-4. And now here's Jillian Anderson to bat. So the Cougars not done yet. And the first pitch swung on and missed. Anderson so far 1 for 3. Grounded into a double play in the first, singled in the fourth, and then struck out swinging in the sixth. That pitch off the plate evens up the count now 1-1. One delivery. The inside for a ball, make it now 2-1. Two one pitch, swung on and fouled back to the screen. Now 2-2. Two pitch on the way, swung on and grounded up through the middle. Hit number 7, the 4th hit of the inning. And that now will bring up Kendra Schmitz. And still another pinch runner here coming up. Mitchell's pitch off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. And that pitch off the plate as well. Now 2-0 your count. Two-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Two and 1 your count. This pitch over the outside corner, and now the count 2-2 with 2 down, 2 aboard. Thornton out at second. Anderson over at first. 2 runs in the inning. This pitch, that one is swung on. That's dumped out in the right field for a base hit. And the throw will come all the way in, and we still play on here. Thornton stops at third. Anderson at second. Spitz with the single to right, and now the tying run is at the plate here with Mahoney. And the Yellow Jackets now going to bring in the infield here as assistant coach Stuart Goldberg going to go out and have a chat here. Conversation ongoing there as you see Coach Goldberg. And now Mahoney bats, who so far is 1 for 3. That's 5 hits now in the inning for the Cougars. Bases loaded, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled up the left field line. Thornton over at third, Anderson at second. Schmitz over at first. 0-1 your count here to Mahoney. And the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded out to first. This should end it. Thompson grabs it. She'll step on the bag, 3 unassisted, and finally the top of the 7th comes to a close. Cougars make a little run at it in the top of the 7th. They scored 2 runs on 5 hits. There were no Yellow Jacket errors, and 3 left aboard. Final score of game number 1, the Yellow Jackets winning at 8-4 as we jump into our post-game show. Sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Spear Refinery. Synovus Energy, we energize the world to make people's lives better. For the Yellow Jackets, they score 2 runs in the 3rd, 4 times in the 5th, and 2 more times in the 6th. Morris, meanwhile, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 5th, and 2 in the 7th. Final score again, Yellow Jackets winning at 8-4. Winning pitcher for the Yellow Jackets is Abby Mitchell. She goes to 4-1 on the season with the complete game win. Taking the loss is Alyssa Thornton. She falls to 8-7 on the season for the Cougars. Your post-game show player of the game, no doubt about this one, Ellie Motzel for the Yellow Jackets. 4 for 4 in game 1, 2 two-run home runs. Also had 2 singles, 3 runs scored, and 4 RBIs. Ellie Motzel, the senior from Winona, Minnesota, your post-game show player of the game. With the win, the Yellow Jackets now 23-5 on the season. They are a perfect 10-0 in the UMAC, while with the loss, Minnesota Morris sees their 4-game winning streak come to a close. They are now 12-18 and even 5-5 in the UMAC. So that's the story in game number 1. Jackets winning the opener of the doubleheader by the score of 8-4. We'll take probably about a 20-25 minute break, and then we'll come back with the start of game 2 of this doubleheader between the Yellow Jackets and Minnesota Morris. That's coming up, like I said, in about 25 minutes or so. This is UWS Softball, brought to you by Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network.
Wagner. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, number 1, Taylor Johnson. Pitching for Minnesota Morris, number 22, Morgan Wilhelm. Now the starting lineup for the Yellow Jackets leading off and playing left field, number 6, Kate Bennett. Batting second and playing shortstop, number 9, Lily Hansen. Batting third and designated player, number 7, Zoe Thompson. Batting fourth, catcher, number 21, Ellie Mossel. Batting fifth and playing first base, number 32, Lily O'Donnell. Batting sixth and playing center field, number 23, Mackenzie Lecta. Batting seventh and playing third base, number 22, Carly Stuckmeyer. Batting eighth and pitching, number 29, Bella Garley. Batting ninth and playing right field, number 3, Karen Bellabon. In the flex position, playing second base, number 14, Sophia Otto.
Ready to start game number 2 here as we return to the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Yellow Jackets taking game number 1 by a score of 8-4. Pitching for UWS here in game number 2. It'll be the sophomore from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Bella Garley for the Yellow Jackets, making her 20th appearance, her 16th start of the season. 67 in the third innings pitched. She's gotten up 76 hits, 35 runs, 29 of which have been earned. She's walked 14 and struck out 57. Batters are hitting .275 against her. Her record 9-4, and her ERA 3.01. And she will face the top of the Minnesota Morris batting order here in game number 2. Sierra Stevens, Alyssa Thornton, and Jillian Anderson to begin game number 2 here between the Yellow Jackets and the Minnesota Morris Cougars. Thank you for joining us. Matt Johnson again back with you here for game number 2. As Sierra Stevens steps in here to lead things off, top half inning number 1. As we move toward the evening hours here in Superior, and Garley's first pitch is low for a ball. Garley for the Yellow Jackets. Like I said, making her 16th start of the season here for UWS. 1-0 pitch. That one catches the inside corner. Eames up the count now 1-1. We saw Garley as a pinch hitter in game number 1 for the Yellow Jackets. This pitch is swung on and tapped toward third. Carly Stuckmeyer over to first base. That retires Stevens on a 5-3 scoring play. 1 up and 1 down. That'll bring up Alyssa Thornton here now for Minnesota Morris. Jackets defensively here in game number 2. Stuckmeyer over at third base for the Yellow Jackets. At short, Lily Hansen moves over from second to short. Sophia Otto comes in to play second base. Bailey O'Donnell over at first. Ellie Motzel doing the catching as usual for the Yellow Jackets in the outfield, from left to right. And it's Peyton Bennett out in left, Mackenzie Lesha in center, and Karen Ballabon steps in to play right field here in game 2 of the doubleheader. First pitch to Thornton is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the next offering from Bella Garley, and it's low to make it now 2-0. This 2-0 pitch stays off the plate. Now 3-0 your count. Completely overcast skies now as we move into the early evening hours in Superior. As a 3-0 pitch from Garley. That one's low for ball 4, so Thornton with a 1-out walk. She's aboard now for Jillian Anderson. Anderson played first base in game number 1. She's the designated player here in game number 2. And she stands in here with 1 on, 1 out. Look at Bella Garley there for the Yellow Jackets. Abby Mitchell getting the win in game number 1 for the Yellow Jackets. In the circle, this pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Now Ellie Motzel is going to take the opportunity to go out and talk to her sophomore pitcher. Game 1 lasted just over 2 hours. And that 8-4 Yellow Jacket win, UWS now 23 wins and counting here in 2025. Minnesota Morris had their 4-game winning streak snapped with that 8-4 loss to the Yellow Jackets in game number 1 here. As this pitch is low. 2-0 now. As Garley on the 2-0 pitch. That one over the inside corner. Now makes it 2-1. One pitch on the way. This one over the outside corner. A lot of movement on that one. Moving up the count now at 2-2. Garley on 2-2. Swung on and hooked foul down the left field line. We'll continue on here at 2-2. Same two teams tomorrow, 11 a.m. The opening pitch. John Garver will bring you all the play-by-play here on Yellow Jacket TV for that one. And the Jackets will hit the road for the next week or so. This pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Anderson down on strikes, 2 down now in the inning, and that now will bring up Kendra Schmitz, who's playing first base here in game number 2 after starting a third in game number 1 for the Cougars. And Garley's first pitch. Right down the pike for strike 1. Well, 1 from Garley, here it is. That one back spits off the plate to unit up the count. 1-1 here. Garley off the 1-1 delivery. Swung on, bounced out to third. Stuckmeyer picks it up, throws over to O'Donnell. That retires Schmitz on a 5-3 scoring play and brings an end to the top of the first inning for the Cougars. For Minnesota Morris in the top of the first, no runs, no hits, no Yellow Jacket errors, and 1 left aboard. We have played 1/2 inning of game number 2. Your score, Minnesota Morris, nothing. Yellow Jackets coming up. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the first, Peyton Bennett, Lily Hansen, and Zoe Thompson will lead things off here against Morgan Wilhelm, who gets the start here in game number 2. We saw her come in as a relief pitcher for Alyssa Thornton in game number 1 for the Cougars. Meanwhile, the Morris defense doing the catching, Anna Athey at third base, Wanby Wagner at shortstop. It'll be Taylor Johnson, second base, Alyssa Thornton, and over at first, it is Kendra Schmitz. The outfield from left to right, Olivia Losi out in left. In center field, it is Sierra Stevens. Out in right field, it is Melania Mahoney as Peyton Bennett steps in here for the Yellow Jackets. Bottom half of inning number 1 here against Wilhelm. And the first pitch from Morgan Wilhelm catches the inside corner 0 for 1. Bennett went 0 for 4 in game number 1 for the Yellow Jackets. WS had 12 hits in that first game. And here's the pitch to Bennett. Swung on and hit to right field. Pretty well hit, but Mahoney has it measured, and she'll make the catch. 1 out here in the bottom of the first, and now here is Lily Hansen for the Yellow Jackets to bat. Hansen for the Yellow Jackets scored a couple runs in game number 1, had 1 hit, stole a base. Hit her second home run of the season. That was her hit in game number 1, as the first pitch from Wilhelm is high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hansen to be followed by Zoe Thompson. And so moving over from second base to play short here in game number 2. This pitch is swung on. That's hit well to left field. But not going to have enough on it, as coming back and making the catch is going to be Losey. 2 up and 2 down for the Jackets here in the bottom of the first, and that now will bring up Zoe Thompson for the Yellow Jackets. Thompson had 2 hits in game number 1, was on base 3 different times. 2 out, nobody on. And Thompson swings and hits that ball on the line to right field, and going back and making the catch will be the right fielder, Mahoney, and the Jackets go quickly and quietly in the bottom half of inning number 1. For UWS in the first, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We have played 1 full inning here of game number 2, scoreless between the Yellow Jackets and Morris. This is Yellow Jacket Softball and Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAG Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half, or excuse me, the top half of inning number 2. Melena Mahoney, Olivia Losey, and Anna Athy to bat here against Bella Garley. No score as of yet between the Yellow Jackets and the Cougars here in game number 2. As Garley gets ready to deliver here to Mahoney. And here's the first pitch. A little bit high with that one for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One-0. Swung on and hit the center field. Lesha, ranging to her right, will make the catch. That's the first out here of the second. And that now will bring up Olivia Losey. To bat with 1 out, nobody on here in the top half of inning number 2. And here's the pitch. Over the outside, Black for a strike. 0-1 your count here. Next pitch swung on and missed. Got her to go fishing for one over the outside edge. And Garley ahead in the count now, 0-2. Garley on 0-2. Is one off the edge to make it now 1-2. Talked about it in the first game, but Bella Garley wanted me to send greetings to her family back in Albuquerque. So greetings again to the Garley clan. Watching their daughter pitch, and there's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 for Bella Garley. Changed up on her, and Losey swung over the top of it. 2 strikeouts now for Garley, 2 up and 2 down in the second. And that now will bring up Anna Athy. Athy scored a couple of runs in game number 1. Had 2 RBIs, had a solo home run in the 7th. Just the second home run the Yellow Jackets had surrendered all year long. First pitch to her was low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Garley's next offering. Over the outside corner to even up the count now, 1-1. One offering on the way. Here it is. Squaring around and coming up empty on the bunt attempt. There is Athy. Now 1-2 your count. And Garley Ahead with a 1-2 count. Checks with Ellie Motzel behind the plate and delivers. This one bounces up there to even up the count now 2-2. Two pitch. And that rise ball stays up. Runs the count full now 3-2. Carly's 3-2 pitch. Swung on and ground to third. Stuckmeyer playing the hop well. Across the diamond to O'Donnell on a 5-3 scoring play, and that ends the top half of inning number 2 for the Cougars. For Minnesota Morris in the second, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We played an inning and a half of game number 2. No score between the Yellow Jackets and the Cougars. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here for the bottom of the second, Ellie Motzel, Bailey O'Donnell, and Mackenzie Lesh due up here against Morgan Wilhelm. No score as of yet. Motzel, who had 4 hits in game number 1, 2 2-run home runs, 2 singles, 4 RBIs, and a couple of runs scored. Other than that, she really didn't have much of a game in game number 1, Ellie Motzel. And the first pitch to Motzel is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One ball count here to Motzel. This pitch in there for a strike. Evens up the count now 1-1. Motzel came in the day, leading the Yellow Jackets in hitting at .493 and certainly didn't do anything in game 1 to slow down those numbers. 1-1 pitch to Motzel. That one bounces up there now 2-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket catcher. Motzel, like I said, leading the team in home runs with 4 of them so far this season. Actually, she's up to 5 now. That pitch in there for a strike. Evens up the count 2-2. This pitch to Motzel swung on and fouled off to the right. Motzel stepping back in here on 2-2, and here's the pitch. Swung on and hit hard out in the left center field, and that's going to get into the gap all the way to the wall. Motzel rounding first. She'll dig for second. 5 for 5 on the day now for Motzel as she leads off the second with a ringing double to left center field, and the Jackets have a runner in scoring position with nobody out for Bailey O'Donnell. O'Donnell for the Yellow Jackets. Good to see her older sister Brianna in between games. Talked about Bri O'Donnell playing basketball for the Yellow Jackets for a couple of years, and now Motzel coming up a little bit lame. It looks like at second base there she slid in, and I wonder if she jammed her knee on that slide. Talked about that happening sometimes on a quick slide play, and Motzel, one of the tougher players on this team, by the way. I'd be actually shocked if she came out of this game, knowing Ellie Motzel as well as I do. She's a rough and tumble player, to say the least, and right now having a conversation with the training staff and also with head coach Melissa Fracker, and had a feeling that was going to be a pretty short conversation, and it is. I said Ellie Motzel, I'd say she's a classic catcher in the fact that she's a bit of a gamer, to say the least. As Bailey O'Donnell steps in here. With Motzel on at second base, nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning. And here's the first pitch. Swung on by O'Donnell and fouled back to the screen. Oh, 1 pitch. Swung on and hit the center field. And the catch will be made by the center fielder, Stevens. That's the first out of the second for the Yellow Jackets on an F8, and that now will bring up Mackenzie Lesha.
Center fielder number 23, Mackenzie Lesha.
Lesha for the Yellow Jackets stands in. Runner on second base is Ellie Motzel. 1 down here. And the first pitch to Lesha is out to play for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One-0 delivery, and Lesha will watch that one go high and wide. 2-0 now to the Yellow Jacket center fielder, Mackenzie Lesha. 2-0 pitch. That one off the plate. Now 3-0. Carly Stuckmeyer waits for the Yellow Jackets on deck. Wilhelm on 3-0. Here it is. Taking all the way was Lesha. That one a called strike. 3-1 now your count. And the 3-1 pitch on the way. That one up and in for ball 4. So Lesha walks. 2 aboard now with 1 down, and that'll bring up Carly Stuckmeyer. Stuckmeyer now standing in. Motzel on at second, Lesha over at first. First pitch. Stuckmeyer laying down the bunt, and it'll roll foul. Off to the right, 0-1 your count now. Oh, 1 delivery on the way. Stuckmeyer lines one in the center field. That'll get through for a base hit. And the throw comes through to the plate. Everybody will stop at their respective bases. Motzel on at third. Lesha on at second. Stuckmeyer on first. Second hit of the inning for the Yellow Jackets. And that'll bring up Bella Garley now to bat. Starting pitcher for the Jackets here in game number 2. Pinch hit in game number 1. And her first career Yellow Jacket home run in the series against North Central last weekend. She bats with the bases loaded. And 1 down. This first pitch to Garley is swung on and pulled foul outside of third. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket pitcher. On 1 your count. Here's the pitch. Garley swings and pops it up to short. Nabbed by the shortstop. That's the second out of the inning. So now 2 down, and that'll bring up now Karen Balaban for the Yellow Jackets. Balaban now as the infield playing well in. And Here's the first pitch to Balaban. Swung on and missed. Oh, and 1 your count now to Balaban. Pitch is swung on, and that's laced into the gap, and that's going to run all the way to the wall. That might clear the bases. 1 run is in. Lesch also coming in to score. Stuckmeyer will go to third, and it's a bases-clearing triple for Karen Balaban. A sophomore from Elk River, just lacing that one where the fielders weren't. And that brings home 3 in the inning, and the Yellow Jackets lead it by the score of 3-0. And here's Peyton Bennett now to bat. And the first pitch to Bennett is in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Pitch to Bennett. Swung on and grounded out off the glove of the shortstop. Johnson into left field. They'll bring home Balaban with the 4th run of the inning. Is that an E6, John? No base hit? Okay. And now here is Lily Hansen to bat. And the first pitch from Wilhelm to Hansen is off the plate for a ball. I think it would have been a tough play, but yep. 1-0 your count. This one swung on and lined into left field. That'll be a base hit. Stopping at second will be Bennett. So Hansen continues the inning with a sharp single to left. Jackets now 4 hits in the inning. Check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits in the inning. And now here's Zoe Thompson, the 9th player to bat here for the Jackets in the bottom of the inning number 2. And the first pitch to Thompson is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One 0 pitch to Thompson. That one is low. 4 ball 2. 2-0 your count. That pitch swung on. That's lined out in the right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Rounding third base, coming home to score for the Yellow Jackets will be Bennett. Stopping at second base is Hansen. It's an RBI single to right now for Thompson. And now we've batted around here for the Jackets, and that'll bring up Ellie Motzel, who started off the inning for the Yellow Jackets with a ringing double to left center. And the first pitch to Motzel is in there for a strike, 0-1. Motzel 5 for 5 in the 2 games here combined. Jackets with 5 runs on 6 hits now in the inning. This pitch is low for a ball. And it's 1-1 here to Motzel. Talked about this in game number 1. Jackets very capable of putting big crooked numbers up on the scoreboard. They've been doing it all year long. Game and averaging more than 10 runs per game. Scored 8 in game number 1. Have 5 up on the board already here, and this pitch is swung on, and that's lined out in the left center field. Rounding third base, now digging for home. Coming in to score will be Hansen. Stopping at second is Thompson. The inning continues. Motzel now 6 for 6 on the day. Jackets have 6 runs in the inning. And now there's a conversation for the Cougars going to happen here in the circle. As Motzel's going to have a pinch runner. It's going to be Cam Wickstrom that's going to come in and pinch run for her. Conversation is now over in the circle. And now Bailey O'Donnell will bat here for the second time in the inning. She flew out to center field in her first plate appearance. So Wickstrom over at first. Running for Motzel. Out of second base is Zoe Thompson. And now O'Donnell. As this first pitch from Wilhelm is low and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One 0 pitch on the way. This one comes inside. Now 2-0 your count. To O'Donnell. Here's the pitch. Swung on and rounded back through the box off the glove of Wilhelm. O'Donnell will beat it out. I mean, E1. Thompson up to third, Wickstrom to second. O'Donnell on at first, and now here's Mackenzie Lesha now with the bases loaded. And the first pitch to Lesha. Swung on and golf foul off to the right. 0-1 your count here. And timeout call by our home plate umpire here. As Lesha on 0-1. This pitch is swung on and popped up, and that one foul. Coming back to give it a look as Athy, but it's out of play. And Wilhelm is ahead now in the count, 0-2. Oh, and 2, here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded out to short. Up it is Johnson. She'll throw across. That'll retire Lesha, and it'll finally bring an end to the Yellow Jackets' second inning. But UWS scores 6 runs on 7 hits. There was a Morris error and 3 left aboard. We've played 2 innings. Your score after 2. Yellow Jackets 6, Minnesota Morris nothing. We'll come back with the top of the third right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here for the top of the third. Can't get enough of the Yellow Jackets. Tune in to Eye of the Swarm, the official podcast of Yellow Jacket Athletics. Join John Garver and me throughout the years. We sit down with Yellow Jacket student athletes, coaches, and other guests. Eye of the Swarm is available on Yellow Jacket TV on uwsyellowjackets.com/podcast, Spotify, iTunes, or wherever you get your podcasts. Wanby Wagner are going to lead things off here. Taylor Johnson and Sierra Stevens to follow against Bella Garley. It's a 6-0 cushion to work with here as we begin the top of the third, and the first pitch from Garley is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Saw Wagner as a pinch runner in game number 1. Never did get in that bat, I don't believe. To go back and double check that, but as this pitch is swung on and slapped foul off to the left. That evens up the count now 1-1. One pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1-2 now to Wagner. With Taylor Johnson, the shortstop, waiting on deck. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and slapped foul again. One and two remains your count here to Wamby Wagner. One-two offering. Called third strike over the outside corner. Wagner is the third strikeout victim here thus far for UWS pitcher Bella Garley. 1 up, 1 down here in the third, and that now will bring up Taylor Johnson. Playing at shortstop here today for Morris in both games. Jacket's going to bring the left side of the infield in for Johnson, and the first pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Very speedy player is Taylor Johnson. Oh, 0-1 delivery on the way. Swung on and popped into center field. Coming in now is Lesha, and she'll trap that one. Came racing in on that one. Johnson aboard with a bloop single to center with 1 out. That's the first hit of the game, by the way, for the Cougars. Good effort there from Lesha. Just came up a little bit short on it. We flip to the top of the batting order now for Sierra Stevens. One on, 1 out here, top of the third, and the pitch. Low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Garley checking with Motzel. Kicks and delivers. Swung on and slapped foul off to the right. Game's up the count now 1-1. One pitch. Taking off with the pitch was Johnson. She'll now slide into second with a stolen base. Pitch was called a strike. 1-2 now your count to Sierra Stevens with Alyssa Thornton due up next here for the Cougars in the top of the third. Jackets 6 runs and 7 hits. And the bottom of the second as this pitch stays just a little bit high to even up the count now at 2-2. 2-2 pitch. That one comes inside now, and the count is run full, 3-2. Update, by the way, from some other sports events today. Men's tennis defeating Northwestern 7-0 in their match over at the Yellow Jacket Outdoor Tennis Complex as this pitch is swung on and hit out on a line to right field. And now a double play on that one as Balabon came in, made the catch, and getting doubled off second base is Johnson. It's a fly into double play on a 9-4 scoring play, and the Cougars are down in the third. 4 Minnesota Morse in the third. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We've played 2.5. Your score, Yellow Jackets 6, Minnesota Morse nothing. We'll come back with the bottom of the third right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here for the bottom of the third inning. For the Yellow Jackets, it'll be Carly Stuckmeyer, Bella Garley, and Karen Balabon to bat. And we have a new pitcher coming in the game here now for the Cougars. It's Kylie Dingwall who is getting the pitching nod here. Making her first appearance of the season, by the way, Dingwall. For Minnesota Morris, freshman out of Brandon, Minnesota. So she replaces Morgan Wilhelm after 2 innings.
Leading off for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom of the 3rd inning, third base number.
And here's Carly Stuckmeyer now to bat against the freshman. Going back to some of those other scores here. Baseball team defeating Minnesota Morris down in Morris 4-3 in 10 innings. That was a single 9-inning game today. They'll play a doubleheader down in Morris tomorrow. As the first pitch to Stuckmeyer is swung on and fisted foul off to the right. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket third base player. Women's tennis, meanwhile, hosting Northwestern as we speak here. They did? Okay. And we found out that they won. What was it? Oh, they're up 6-0. Okay. So both tennis teams on their way to victory here. As the pitch is swung on and bunted foul. And Stuckmeyer behind the count now 0-2. So UWS looking to make it an undefeated Friday here. If softball can continue to lead and win this game and claim a doubleheader sweep. In the meantime, it's 0-2 now to Stuckmeyer. Oh, 2 pitch on the way. And this one's off the plate. Now 1-2 your count. Dingwall now. Her pitch. Off the plate. So even at the count now 2-2. So Dingwall getting her first action of the season here for the Cougars. Well, they have 6-0 Yellow Jacket lead. Now 2-2. Here's her pitch. Check swing, and that one stays low. And now the count has been run full at 3-2. Bella Garley, the Yellow Jacket pitcher, waiting on deck. Three-two pitch on the way. Swung on and bounced into the hole, picking it up. Double clutching was Johnson, and that's enough for Stuckmeyer to beat it out on an infield single. 8th hit of the game for the Jackets, and that now brings up Bella Garley. Garley, who came in with 9 wins in the circle for the Jackets this season. So came in hitting .395 on the season. 0 for 1, popped up the short last inning. 1 on, nobody out. And the first pitch inside for a ball taking off is Stuckmeyer, and she will swipe second. Stuckmeyer, the second leading base stealer for the Yellow Jackets this season. That's her 17th stolen base in 20 tries now. And this pitch to Garley comes up and in. 2-0 your count now to Bella Garley here with Stuckmeyer in scoring position at second. Two-0 pitch. That one's high. Now 3-0 your count. Karen Balabon waiting on deck for the Jackets. Three-0 pitch taking all the way was Garley. Inside corner for a strike to make it now 3-1. Three-one delivery. Swung on and hit well to center field and pretty deep. This one way back there. And it's gone. 2-run shot. Bella Garley, her second home run. Wasn't sure it would have enough. But it kept carrying and carrying. Stuckmeyer scoring ahead of her. 2-run shot for Garley, her second of the season. And Garley's 2-run home run. RBI's 13 and 14 for her on the campaign. The Jackets now up 8-0. So nobody out here in the third. Karen Balaban will bat here for the Jackets. In the meantime, Kylie Dingwall getting some equipment adjustments here from the Morris dugout. Wasn't sure if Garley had gotten enough of that one, but Garley, a champion weightlifter during her high school years, and she showed a lot of strength on that one. Hitting that ball out to right center field. And here's Karen Balaban now, who was 1 for 1. Had a bases-clearing triple last inning for the Yellow Jackets. That was the big hit of that 6-run frame. And the first pitch to Balaban is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here to Karen Balaban. Peyton Bennett would bat next here for the Jackets. 2 runs in on 2 hits here so far. This pitch high for a ball. Balaban pulling the bat back. 2-0 your count to the Yellow Jacket right fielder. Two-0 pitch. That's low for ball 3. 3-0 now to Balaban. And on 3-0, that one's low for ball 4. So Balaban walks. Still nobody out in the inning. And we flip to the top of the batting order now for Peyton Bennett. Bennett still looking for her first hit of the day as the pitch from Dingwall comes over the inside corner to make it 0-1. Not true? Oh, that's right, yeah. My mistake. That was the aforementioned debatable play that we couldn't quite figure out. Going out to second, on to shortstop for 1 at second, and then beating out the relay play is Bennett. She reaches on the fielder's choice on a 4-6-3.
Shortstop, number 9, Lily.
Balaban is a race on the bases, and with 1 out and 1 on, here's Lily Hansen now to bat, who's 1 for 2 with a run scored. That's right, that was the play we were all debating up here. All right, yep, we did give her a hit, so officially, yes, she does have a hit. Thank you. Bennett taking off to throw down to second, not going to be in time. Bennett, the leading base stealer for the Yellow Jackets this season. She swipes base number 24 on the season with that stolen base. She's 24 out of 26 in that category. So I'll apologize to the Bennett family on that one, that their daughter got an infield hit as this pitch is swung on and popped up down the right field line. And it is foul now from Lily Hansen. That evens the count now 1-1. Dingwall on 1-1. Here's the pitch. Check swing in there for a strike. 1-2 now to Lily Hansen. One-two pitch. If that changed up a little bit high, drop ball didn't drop, and it swung on and laced foul up the third baseline. 1-2 still your count here to the native of Esco, Minnesota. One-two pitch, here it is. And that one Drops too low and inside, even up the count now to Hansen at 2-2. Zoe Thompson waiting on deck here. This pitch is swung on and hit hard to center field, and that one will skip by the center fielder and all the way to the wall. Bennett will score from second. Rounding second now, digging for third is going to be Hansen. The throw there will not be in time. And that will be, I believe, a triple. Single and error. All right, that's what we're going to go with. Give her the RBI as Bennett comes in to score, and then the error on the E8 allows Hansen to move all the way to third.
Catcher number 7, Zoe.
And now here's Zoe Thompson for the Yellow Jackets. Who's going to do the catching here for the rest of this one. Jackets now with 3 runs in the inning. Still just 1 out here in the third. 1-1 here to Thompson. Was 1 for 2 with an RBI. First pitch from Dingwall. Next pitch, from Dingwall. Grounded out to second. We'll go to first to retired Thompson. Coming in to score will be Hansen. 4-3 on the putout, the RBI for Thompson. Jackets now up 10-0, and that now will bring up Cam Wickstrom. Wickstrom hitting .429 on the season. Usually does a lot of pinch running for the Jackets. She's 3 for 7. No home runs, 3 RBIs. And the first pitch from Dingwall is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Jackets now with 10 runs on 10 hits as this one comes inside. 2-0 now to Wickstrom. .2-0 pitch swung on, and that's hit to left center field. Running over and trying to make the catch was the center fielder Stevens, unable to make it, however, and it drops out her glove. That allows Wickstrom to round first and dig for second, and she'll pull up there. Going to give her a double or a... Oh. Well, for now, I'm going to give her... She had to come a long way to try to get that ball. Yep. In the meantime, Bailey O'Donnell bats now 0 for 2 so far. This pitch swung on and grounded. That's going to get stopped at second base on a nice play. They throw to first, though. Not going to be in time. Now coming home is going to be Wickstrom. She'll score. O'Donnell, who beat it out in the infield hit, will now move up to second on the throw home. So O'Donnell with the RBI. As Wickstrom comes all the way in to score, O'Donnell now up to second. And here's Mackenzie Lusha now, the 9th Yellow Jacket to bat in the inning. And the pitch to Lusha swung on and fouled away to the right. Five runs on 5 hits now in the inning for the Jackets. This pitch, that one swung on, and that's laced out in the right center field for a base hit. O'Donnell will hold at third. So the Jackets have now batted around in the inning. And now we'll bring up Carly Stuckmeyer, who led off the inning. And we're going to have a pinch hitter here, it looks like. It's going to be Mackenzie Bird. Who's going to bat here now for Stuckmeyer. Bird so far 5 for 11 this season with 5 RBIs, hitting .455 on the season.
Hitting for the Yellow Jackets, number 15, Mackenzie Bird.
And the first pitch to Bird swung on and ground out to short. Over to first base, and that retires Bird on a 6-3 scoring play and brings an end to the Yellow Jackets' third inning. 5 runs on 5 hits. There was an error in there, and 1 left on base. We've now played 3 complete innings here of game number 2 of our doubleheader. Your score, Yellow Jackets 11. Morris, nothing. Will come back with the top of the 4th right after this. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. If you're a Yellow Jacket fan looking for great team gear, visit our official Yellow Jacket sideline store and browse all the current styles of Yellow Jacket apparel and accessories, including the same gear the Yellow Jackets wear. Find the Yellow Jacket sideline store at uwsyellowjackets.com/shop. Alyssa Thornton, Jillian Anderson, and Kendra Schmitz do up here against Bella Garley in the top of the 4th as this pitch is swung on and hit out in the right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. And so Thornton is aboard with a leadoff single here. It's the second hit of the game here for the Cougars, and that now will bring up Jillian Anderson. Jackets so far 11 runs on 12 hits and no errors. The Cougars so far no runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors as this first pitch to Anderson is swung on and missed. 0-1 your count. This pitch over the outside corner from Garley. Now 0-2 your count. Anderson so far 0 for 1, struck out swinging in the first. One of 3 strikeouts posted by Bella Garley to this point. As this pitch just over the outside edge for a ball. Zoe Thompson, by the way, back in the catch now. One-two pitch on the way. This one off the plate to even up the count now 2-2. Two-two pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. Two-two pitch forthcoming here from Bella Garley. Here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the right. Two-two pitch. Here it is. That one's low. Runs the count full now to 3-2. Garley on 3-2. Here's her pitch. Swung on and fouled away. Off to the right. Count holding at 3-2. 3-2 offering on the way. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. For Garley, that's strikeout number 4. 1 down here in the 4th, and that now will bring up Kendra Schmitz. Schmitz 0 for 1 here so far in game number 2. Grounded out the 3rd in the 1st. 1 out, 1 on. This one going to be butted back to Garley. She'll throw to first, and that one off the glove of Sophia Otto. Thornton will stop at second. He'll go E1 on the throw. And that now will bring up Elena Mahoney. So far is 0 for 1, flew up to center field in the second. 2 out, or excuse me, 2 on, 1 out. And here's the pitch, swung on and missed by Mahoney. 0-1 your count. This drop ball stays a little high. Didn't miss by much. 1-1 your count. One pitch. Swung on and popped up to left field. Wickstrom for the Yellow Jackets will make the catch. That'll be the second out of the inning on the F7. And now here's Olivia Lozzi to bat. With 2 down, 2 on. And Garley's first pitch. Square round, bunted up into the air. Picked up by Garley. The throw down to first. That one off the glove of Otto. Now trying to come home. And I think being tagged out to play it is going to be the runner, that being Alyssa Thornton, and that'll end the inning. Wild sequence there. It will be technically an error on an E1. I'll go 1-4-9-2, I think. Did I get that right, John? All right. The 1-4-9-2 put out of Thornton at home plate brings an end to the top of the fourth. And after all that, the Cougars go scoreless in their half of inning number 4. For the Cougars in that inning, 1 hit, no runs, 1 hit, 2 Yellow Jacket errors, and I think 2 left on base. We played 3.5. Your new score, Yellow Jackets 11, Minnesota Morris nothing. This is UWS Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, we will have a pinch hitter here now for Bella Garley in the top or bottom half of inning number 4. It's going to be Megan Witt, the freshman for the Yellow Jackets. She's hitting .333 on the season, no home runs, 6 RBIs, 5 hits, and 15 at bats for Witt. And she bats here against Kylie Dingwall, who begins her second inning of work. 1 ball, no strikes. Jackets up 11-0 here. As Dingwall kicks and delivers. This one stays high, 2-0 now to Witt. Hannah Hovland, meanwhile, has come out on deck for the Yellow Jackets. And she would be pinch hitting here for Karen Balabon. In the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 your count now to Witt. Here's the pitch. That one low to make it now 3-0 to Witt. Jackets scoring 6 runs in the second, 5 runs in the third to lead this 11-0. This pitch is in there for a strike. Three and one, you're counting out a Witt. Dingwall's pitch. It's high for ball 4, so she will trot down the first base. And here's Hannah Hovland now for the Yellow Jackets. Pinch hitting. Hovland to transfer from UMD across the bridge. Hitting .214 on the season, 3 hits and 14 trips, no home runs, 2 RBIs. For the former Duluth Enfield High School standout.
Number 18 is hitting for number 6.
And the first pitch from Dingwall. Hovland swings and fouls one off to the right. On 1 your count here. Witt over at first base. This one swung on and fouled straight back towards us.
That's impossible. That is impossible.
If you hear those voices in the background, they're talking about the location of that foul ball. Went in between both sets of stands here. 0-2 your count now to the Yellow Jacket pinch hitter, Hannah Hovland. I won't try to explain further. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right. I'm going to go ahead and agree with you guys that one's a rarity. I've never seen that happen before. For those of you who don't know, the 2 sets of stands here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, there's about a 6-inch, maybe even a foot gap in between, and Hannah Hovland managed to hit that foul ball right in the middle of it. Meantime, this pitch is swung on and hit to left field. Coming out is Johnson. She'll make the catch. That's the first out. For the Jackets here, as we flip to the top of the batting order. And here's Kendallin Kallenberg. The birthday girl, by the way. Happy birthday to Kendallin Kallenberg, turning 22 today. The senior from Hutchinson, Minnesota, comes in hitting an even .600. She's 6 for 10 this season with no home runs and 6 RBIs. Meanwhile, Morgan Young now has stepped in for Megan Witt over at first, and she's pinch running. First pitch inside to Kallenberg. 1-0 your count. Swung on and ground out towards second. On to second for 1. And the relay throw is not made. Kallenberg reaches on the fielder's choice. It'll be a 4-6 scoring play. Out at second base is Witt. Second out of the inning, and that now will lead to another pinch hitter here for the Yellow Jackets. This time will be Kylie Hochsprung that will get the pinch hitting duties. 3 for 9 this season for a .333 batting average. No home runs and 8 RBIs for Hochsprung. Young erased that second, as I mentioned. This pitch is swung on, and that's hit out in the right center field. That's going to get all the way to the wall. Rounding the bases now, digging for home. Coming in the score will be Kallenberg. It'll be an RBI double. Scoring all the way from first base is Kallenberg. And now we have a pinch hitter for Zoe Thompson. It's going to be Abby Mitchell. Starting pitcher in game number 1 for the Jackets that'll hit now. And I believe this is the first at bat of the season for Mitchell, and she promptly takes one right off the foot. So now there'll be runners on first and second. And that'll be Cam Wickstrom that is supposed to bat here. Now we're going to have a pinch runner here for the Jackets. So Mitchell takes one off the foot. Sam Swartz, it looks like, is going to be the runner. It isn't? Who is it? It's Nora? Okay. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with that. So Nora Schmitz is going to pinch run now. I think Sam Swartz might be the only Yellow Jacket we haven't seen yet today. First pitch is swung on and ground out to third. On the first, that retires Wickstrom. And the bottom of the fourth is in the books here for the Jackets. They had 1 run. Let's see, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left aboard. We've now played 4 complete innings. We head to the 5th. Your score, Yellow Jackets 12, Morris nothing. We'll come back with the top of the 5th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Network. Back here for the top of the 5th, Anna Athey, Wambi Wagner, and Taylor Johnson the bat here against the Yellow Jackets' new pitcher. Third pitcher of the day for the Jackets, Samantha Swartz, making her 16th appearance, 58 and 2/3 innings pitched. She's given up 66 hits, 28 runs, 20 which have been earned. She's walked 20 and struck out 27. Her ERA 2.51. Her record 10-0. And batters are hitting .288 against Sam Swartz this year. And she will face Athey, Wagner, and Johnson here in the top of the 5th. Run rule in effect here for the Yellow Jackets, looking for the doubleheader sweep with Game 3 scheduled tomorrow for 11 a.m. right here on Yellow Jacket TV and also at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex if you happen to be in the area. First pitch to Athey is over the inside corner for a strike, 0-1. Athey so far here in game number 2, 0-for-1 as well. She grounded out to third to end the second inning. And her lone plate appearance against starter Bella Garley, who is in line to get her 10th win of the season in the circle here for the Jackets, as the next pitch from Swartz misses to make it a 1-1 count. This one swung on and grounded out into the hole and into left field for a base hit. So Athey leads off the top of the 5th with a single to left. And that now will bring up Wagner, who is 0-for-1, took a call third strike in the third. First pitch swung on and missed. On 1 your count as Swartz kicks and delivers. This one comes inside and low for a ball. Ends up the count now 1-1. One pitch. Swung on and fisted foul off to the left. 1-2 your count here. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and bounce foul again. Off to the left, Sam Schwartz, junior from Antigo, Wisconsin, for the Yellow Jackets. One-two pitch. Swung on and bounce foul again outside of third. Still 1-2 here. Joe Wagner, here it is. And bounces up there, stopped by Thompson behind the plate. Evens up the count now 2-2. 2-2 offering. Swung on in line. Fair. Inside the left field line and off into the corner. Rounding second. Digging for third is Athy. Pulling up at second now. It'll be Wagner. So the first two aboard here. And now here's Taylor Johnson to bat. Nicely placed that time by Wagner, just inside the left field line. Oh, 1 pitch. Grounded back to Schwartz. She'll flip it to Thompson. Tags out Athy at the plate. That's the first out. Johnson reaches on the fielder's choice on a 1-2 scoring play. Wagner moves up to third. Flip to the top of the batting order now for Stevens, and Stevens now coming down to have a chat with the third base coach. Runners on the corners. As the sun now starting to poke out from behind the clouds just a little bit here, creating some interesting shadows on the field. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Taking off from first, stealing second without a throw is Johnson. So now runners on second and third with 1 out and an 0-1 count here. Schwartz's next pitch. Just squaring around that one. A little bit low. Thompson looking back. Wagner at third. 1-1 your count. To Sierra Stevens, who so far is 0 for 2 here in game 2. This pitch swung on and missed. 1-2 now your count. One-two pitch from Schwartz on the way. Here it is. Went for the outside corner, just missed it. That evens up the count now 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way. Called third strike. Stevens knew it. Dropping in the drop ball. With Schwartz 2 down now here in the 5th, and that brings up now Alyssa Thornton. Thornton so far is 1 for 1 in this second game with a walk. Both of those plate appearances against UWS starter Bella Garley as the first pitch from Schwartz is over the inside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count. Oh, 1 pitch from Schwartz. Here it is. Swung on and fouled outside of third to our left. And that was 0-2 here to Thornton. Jackets, like I said, trying to put this away in 5 innings. And run their record of 24-5 on the year. As on 0-2. Here's the pitch. That one off the plate outside to make it 1-2. One-two pitch forthcoming. Here it is. Swung on and bounced foul outside of third again. Count holding at 1-2 here to Thornton. One-two pitch. Here it is. Low and off the plate. Evens up the count now 2-2. Cougars with just 3 hits so far here in game number 2. This pitch swung on and fouled off to the left again, and we continue on here at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Here it is. Swung on and bounced out to short. Hanson up with it. She'll throw across, and that'll do it. On a 6-3 scoring play, the Yellow Jackets take game 2 in run rule fashion. Final score as we jump into our post-game show, sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Superior Refinery. Synovus Energy, we energize the world to make people's lives better. The Yellow Jackets winning it by a score of 12-0. UWS scoring 6 runs in the second, 5 times in the third, and once in the fourth to get the win. Picking up the win in the circle for the Yellow Jackets is Bella Garley. She now with the victory for UWS goes to 10-4 on the season. Taking the loss is Morgan Wilhelm. She falls to 4-10 for Minnesota Morris. Your post-game show player of the game, we have to go to Ellie Motzel yet again. She was 3 for 3 and 7 for 7 for the day before she was subbed out in the second game. But how about that for a day? 7 for 7 at the plate for the senior from Winona, Minnesota. And the Yellow Jackets, like I said, for the second straight game, the senior catcher, your post-game show player of the game. With the 2 victories, the Yellow Jackets now at 24-5 on the season. They're a perfect 11-0 in the UMAC. Meanwhile, Minnesota Morris, with the 2 losses, now falling to 12-19 on the season. They are now 5-6 in the UMAC. Up next, the 2 teams will close out the weekend set tomorrow right here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex with an 11 a.m. scheduled first pitch. John Garver will be along these airways, bringing the pregame starting at about 10:45 as the Jackets go for the sweep over the Cougars. A big thank you to everybody who watched, and a big thank you to also our entire production crew, which included Brad Lellis and also Evan Ludwig to go along with our camera people and all of us at Yellow Jacket TV. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we hope you'll join us for Game 3 of the series tomorrow here in Superior. So for Bradley and also for Evan Ludwig, this is Matt Johnson. One more time, repeating the final scores of our 2 games here today. Yellow Jackets taking both. They sweep the Cougars. Game 1, final score 8-4. Game 2, final score 12-0. Thanks for watching, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. This has been Yellow Jacket Softball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.